This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud here with you in the Weather Center right now. We're tracking a tornado warning in our northwestern counties right now, just being issued by the National Weather Service there in Tallahassee over the last few moments. We're live right now on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. I know we're just live officially on the one stream on Facebook on the Casey Cloud X page. We're having some technical issues getting it over to clouds weather, but I got ahead and shared it over there. So I wanted to make sure everybody's watching. We just got this warning issued here in the last few moments. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning issued earlier on, but now a tornado warning issued for parts of Clay and Quitman counties until about 5:30 Eastern time in southwestern Georgia. So we need to get folks into shelter here. We have greens and reds coming together on the Doppler algorithms. It's a tricky situation here because we have a lot of this accent really trying to get going, but the tornado would just be crossing right now over into Georgia at this moment. Really just starting to hit the first roads here that are showing up on our map. So we need to get folks into shelter here. A tornado warning for parts of southwestern Georgia and the counties of Clay and Quitman here, where we have greens and reds coming together. It's right in here where we have these greens and reds coming together right now on the Doppler algorithm. So we need to go ahead and get folks in the interior room away from windows right now. This is a tornado warning for a tornado warning storm here, capable of producing that near Richards Crossroads, or it looks like about 9 miles northwest of Fort Gaines, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. So this is a fast mover. You need to get in shelter immediately here, folks. Again, a tornado warning in play until 5:30 for parts of the viewing circle now. The first one of the day just being issued here by the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. So we need to get folks into shelter right away here. You see that little hook of what we're dealing with, but really our velocity has that just to the west here a little bit. I know this has been a treacherous day north in northern Georgia, central Alabama. We're getting so many damage reports in out of those areas. Our thoughts and prayers to everybody impacted. It's really been a day overachieving. I know we're getting a lot of information in about Griffin, Georgia now, a Hobby Lobby being significantly damaged here. So not what you want to hear about. And that type of damage could occur to a lesser extent in our area. The parameters aren't quite as favorable, and especially as we get further east toward like Stark, Gainesville, Jacksonville, we're less concerned, but we still have to watch just in case, because if stuff overachieves in multiple areas to our north, it could still overachieve in our viewing circle as well. So we do have this tornado warning to talk about. Maybe again not to that type of level. We just have businesses really significantly impacted, but we just have to be on guard here. I know just getting a lot of reports in up to the north. We do have, as I go ahead and go to our other weather computer, had this up a moment ago. We have the tornado watch in play for our Georgia counties of southwest and south central Georgia until 9 o'clock. So you need to be ready to take those tornado precautions there with really little warning here. You get a little warning and you got to take shelter immediately. And we again have our first tornado warning of the day here in toward our viewing circle at this point. Again, there's no official watch toward the Big Bend. We did have a thunderstorm warning earlier and we posted about that, but now not just the thunderstorm warning that was issued here, but now a tornado warning issued in parts of southwestern Georgia. So we need to get folks into shelter here immediately. Interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, this is a nasty setup. We got a report of a gust that looks like in this moment to go there out of Clay County, Georgia at 5:03 from 1 mile west of the Stanley store area to 48 miles an hour. So that's not quite severe, but that could still knock out some power. Got to be charging those devices up within the tornado watch area here. So we got to really be careful with this threat. Let me go ahead and zoom back out here. We're switching between some different modes, and we're going to switch back on over to other mode right now. You can see our greens and our reds here. They're not really vividly together like we've seen in some instances across the southeast today, but still things are coming together enough to be concerning. We're not seeing any debris though, which is some great news. Not co-located. I mean, nothing's really showing up right there, which is some good news. But we gotta kind of watch this frame by frame here, folks. This is a dangerous situation that we're dealing with here. Again, we're monitoring this tornado warning, monitoring one another tornado warning really as we're looking out there toward those areas there further south. That was one for Henry County there in Alabama, but then we also have a tornado warning that's been in effect as we're really just watching this overall scenario with it kind of curving on up toward the north. I know the polygons can get weird. I'll bad this up. See what I'm saying? I mean, we had this polygon go north-south because of the boundaries a little, but now the tornado warning into our viewing area. The storm rapidly pushing into the viewing circle here. So again, we're watching this very carefully. We're going to go ahead and check some different areas now as we get further on up toward areas toward the Atlanta metro. We have some tornadic activity up there. We'll see that real quick. We don't have any confirmed tornado warnings right now, but we've had, again, that damage there around Griffin. We had a tornado hit it around LaCranes as well. Just an overwhelming day when we were not talking about a strong tornado threat. We have seen several, it seems, strong tornadoes impact parts of Alabama and in parts of Georgia as well. As I know, they're going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Randolph with a tornado possible tag in that in our viewing area. We'll get back down there in just a moment. But this right here is a tornado warning in northern Georgia toward the metro for parts of Butts, Jasper, Morgan, Newton, and Putnam counties in Georgia. Not in our viewing circle, but we're watching. And then another tornado warning, this one closer toward areas there of Augusta and into South Carolina even. This is a tornado warning for parts of Columbia, Lincoln, Edgefield, and McCormick counties. So we're watching some radar indicated rotation here. We have some nastier weather conditions trying to come together in this neck of the woods here for sure. So we're just kind of keeping our eyes on things out of this area right now. I know trying to pop on one of the radars, but it looks like it's not working here at the moment. So let's go ahead and pull on a different radar that's in a pretty good spot as well. Watching this possible tornado here. You can see the greens and reds coming together there, and then we have toward Atlanta metro area a possible tornado up here as well. It's a little bit weaker at this moment. We've had so many confirmed tornadoes up here in Georgia, northern Georgia, central Alabama. We have had injuries reported as well, especially Alabama so far is where I've seen those actually confirmed in just numerous reports of the damage over in Alabama. But again, a lot of damage toward Griffin, a lot of damage toward the grains there. So not what you want to see. But let's get back to our tornado warning. Here, our tornado warning storm. We'll get back over right now here in just a second to that Fort Rucker radar scan. It'll give us the latest look at things here as we want folks to take their tornado precautions here, folks. That's what you want to do. You want to turn it to devices as well if you're out ahead of things. And this tornado warning storm, it did have a history of producing some tornado activity toward Alabama, though, toward Barber County. Multiple trees down and structural damage at Blue Springs State Park. Debris signature observed via radar. But again, right now we're tracking this tornado warning storm here. This is a tornado warning for parts of Clay, parts of Quitman counties here, and it goes into effect until it looks like about 5:30. So for another 16 minutes, this tornado warning is still in effect as we're getting warnings up toward North Georgia as well. I know this system has been really just something that the models have not handled well. Again, we were not sure how much of the accident would really be surface-based. We thought more about maybe the wind threat versus the tornado threat. Instead, we ended up having a significant tornado threat take hold here again. Issues there. We had 3 tornado emergencies we were on live for during that radar stream earlier this afternoon toward parts there of Watauga County, Alabama. That was one area there within the region hit by that storm. It started out towards Selma, causing significant damage there toward Dallas County, Alabama. Also watching it all the way up toward Tallapoosa County. So nasty situation there. We're just going to do severe thunderstorm warning in the market area. It says a tornado possible tag 906 for parts of Clay, Quitman, Randolph, and Terrell counties. Talking about the 60-mile-an-hour wind gust potential. Excuse me, and the hail up to about 1 inch in size as well. So we'll just continue to watch for those threats here too, in addition to maybe a possible tornado. I know, honestly, this storm is like getting out ahead of the warnings, which not really what you want to see sometimes, but things are just moving so quickly here right now. I mean, the warning just got issued, already moving into Randolph County, though. It's already moved into Randolph County at this point. So it's just the nature of things sometimes. I mean, the rotation hadn't necessarily, but the outer fringes with the hail threat had. I know we just got another gust now to 50 miles an hour from the area near Stanley's store in Clay County, Georgia. That was a 5:14, so only 2 minutes ago. that information coming in. The tornado warning still continues for now because even though we have the hail threat, maybe some wind threat out ahead, the tornado threat maybe is a little behind. It's rain wrapped. It's tricky to kind of identify here, and that makes things really tough for folks. Again, you see the greens and reds coming together here. This is the southwest of Morris here in southwestern Georgia. So if you're in the Morris community, the time to take shelter now. You are officially under the tornado warning there in Morris. So we have these winds here going toward the Fort Rucker River. We have these winds going away from the Fort Rucker River. They're coming together. They may be producing a tornado as it moves on off right now toward the north and east at about, it looks like 50 miles an hour. They're saying a little more easterly, but there's definitely some northern movement in here as well. So I know we're going to be busy with these storms, so we may not be necessarily doing that formal update tonight because we could be here for a good bit, several hours with live coverage to keep you, your friends, and your family safe because the threat probably won't start slacking off until we have the line move all the way past Tallahassee. Then we might start seeing something slack off as we're getting an update now from the Weather Service. I know they're saying, well, a storm there, they're watching it very carefully, and they just kind of moved past us here in the chat because we just got some information from the Tampa office, some daily climate information. So unfortunately, I have to step off for that information here from the Weather Service here in short order if we want to go ahead and get that. But right now, we're just going to go ahead and focus our attention on this tornado warning here. You see the greens and reds. I know the temperatures have been so warm where I'm at here east of Starkwood, 74 degrees here. That's just helped with the energy values, getting them up there. The energy's higher than anticipated, the shear higher than anticipated here with this setup, and that's not a good combination here for sure. As we're getting an update now to the Fort Benning area, a gust of 51 knots. They're not in our viewing circle, but still just indicative of the winds here we're seeing in some areas, but some areas have seen much stronger, much more ferocious, much more dangerous winds here toward those tornado hit areas like Selma, Alabama, along that path to the north and east, toward Griffin, Georgia, it seems, LaGrange, Georgia, maybe 2 tornadoes on opposing sides of town, really. So not what you want to see here. And now we still have this tornado warning continuing right now for our area for just a little longer, but the greens and reds moving out of the box. So the decision will be made here soon, and that's a new update out of the Peachtree City office we just got in, so not referring to our viewing circles. Severe thunderstorm warning up toward Dayton, Walker, with a tornado possible tech. It's not anywhere close to our area, but we're just continuing to watch things here, continuing to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. We're just checking all our different informational sources right now to keep everybody safe. I know the sun's been out, and that's really helped things kind of come together. I know at this point, this circulation's really moved out of the warning, but they're going to go ahead and continue it. So at this point, I mean, if you're just around Morris and this is the south and east, you may want to be taking those tornado precautions. I mean, technically not under that tornado warning, but the threat still, at least for now, may be there according to the Weather Service. It's just really an odd pattern here, odd wind pattern, because most of that circulation's really moved out of the warning here at this point. It seems like it's weakened some, but on a day like this where everything's been overachieving over and over again, I wouldn't be taking any chances here as we're watching things in our northwesternmost counties at this point. Again, tornado warning is still continuing right now for parts of Clay and Quitman counties until 5:30. We're just continuing to watch things for you. Let me go ahead and switch sources real quick if we can. You see the new box update. Still, though, not, of course, adding areas downstream. But I want to go ahead and switch sources here. Give me just a moment. It's loading in our system now. I just want to pull up our tornado safety tip graphic to remind folks of what to do in these type of situations. So we have the graphics up now. We're going to go ahead and pull those on into our system as we get more information into the chat session. So a tornado watch means conditions are favorable for tornadic activity and close to the watch area. That includes Albany. That includes areas further towards 75 as well. So charge those devices in case of power loss. The storm could kind of recycle, re-intensify. We've seen that all day long here in other areas. It's had multiple ways to receive alerts, and if there's a tornado warning issued, that means a tornado's been detected using radar or spotted. Seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. That's very important to do in this type of situation. Just follow those tornado precautions here in a situation like this. If you have a tornado warning in play and a tornado watch already in play for a broader area, you want to make sure you're turning off these devices and then just have multiple ways to receive alerts. As we're getting another update from the Weather Service there, the chat session. Winds in excess of 60 miles an hour are now approaching Cuthbert. They're not seeing any significant rotation at this time, so the severe thunderstorm warning continues along the path of the storm eastward into Terrell County. So let's go back on over to the radar now. We're watching our rotation mode here with storm relative velocity. Again, the tornado warning still technically in play for now, but that'll probably get dropped real soon unless they add a new one here. Then one will still get dropped. We just see a new one. But you see Cuthbert, they're about to get into some stronger winds here, a more populated area. We're going between the different wind modes. You're getting into those winds around Cuthbert in Randolph County now. The winds are coming in right now on this edge here of the heavier downpours. You're getting that heavier rain to come into Cuthbert right now. And there it goes. You see it coming right on in now. Some heavier wind there in Randolph County. So got to be taking shelter from the stronger wind potential here, at least in that lighting thread as well. Let me pull on our lighting layer. I think I took that off earlier because we were checking some different things here, but let me pull the lighting back on this source as well. You see benevolence there. You see there maybe not quite getting the worst of this at this moment, but they are under the severe thunderstorm warning. I know you're seeing them, maybe some hail potential, maybe some advanced hail potential right at this north side of Cuthbert, really. That's right there. They get on the street level map and right there near Martha Berry Highway. Also getting over there, it looks like, toward areas there as they try to get more roads on here. We're trying to get them on, but luckily that means it's pretty rural areas. They're not popping up at this point, but that may be some more significant hail that's being sewn up within the Doppler algorithm. So, again, a nasty situation on our hands here. Again, a tornado warning in play just to the west, but again, at this point, the worst of this accident will be moving further over toward the east with any type of circulation. I mean, the tornado warning area, let me take the other mode real quick. I mean, you still have heavy rain around, maybe some lightning potential or some gusty winds, but it's almost an all clear from that tornado potential within the tornado warning polygon in and of itself. But severe thunderstorm warning polygon is a different story because we still have that tornado possible tag, meaning a tornado could develop with little or no advance warning here toward the Cuthbert community in Randolph County. So we still got to be very careful here about this threat as we're looking in towards southwestern Georgia. So again, you see some greens and reds are not really tied. We've got a couple different areas of them actually as I go ahead and move things over on our mapping system. You see a little bit of that accent near Cuthbert. See a little bit here to the west as well, but nothing that's just overwhelming in nature. So that's the good news. That's why we don't have a new tornado warning coming out. We still may have some 60-mile-an-hour winds that can knock down tree limbs or trees or power lines as we're looking toward Cuthbert and Randolph County right there along, it looks like Blakely Street there. So again, getting the latest information on in here right now. More updates, more out of the Fort, or let me try that again, the FFC office, which of course is our office there at Peachtree City. So again, just trying to get you guys the latest in watching off the Fort Worth radar though for this information that we're looking at on the Doppler radar algorithms right now. So that's what we're kind of doing here in the Weather Center. You see this severe thunderstorm warning going out toward Dawson here in Terrell County. Let's check our Tallahassee radar. I know we have a significant weather advisory toward Tallahassee. It's not a severe thunderstorm warning. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning down here earlier, so I'm going to switch it over to the Tallahassee radar scan to see if anything looks like it may ramp up into needing a warning here. We were tracking the severe thunderstorm warning in a lesser populated area, so we didn't pop one. Same thing for other area. We're getting ready to come on with the special coverage as we had that tornado warning issued there, getting everything lined on up. We were starting that stream right when that warning popped up, actually. Just having a little technical issue on our one source. So it took me just a second to get on with you, but we're protecting you, your friends, and your family. We shared the Facebook video to the other source there, Facebook Clouds Weather, and we have it on Casey Cleverty X there with the actual video stream. But right now, looking at this looks more like just a wind threat. I mean, I guess something could try to spin up along this. Not completely out of the question. We'll watch. But right now they're saying 40-mile-an-hour winds are the main threat. Got a gust of 33 in Quincy, a gust of 25 in Tallahassee. Don't see any lightning right now, which is some good news as well. Not a warm storm system down here. This line isn't warm. This is a line there of strong thunderstorms extending from 10 miles south of Cairo. That was 20 minutes ago, and they were tracking it there to about 18 miles south of Greensboro, there in the Florida Big Bend region. So again, we're continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center. We have the tornado warning still to the north. They haven't dropped it. I'm not 100% sure why, because I guess they're just wanting to let it go to 5:30. They'd probably just been overwhelmed really with everything happening, so they're just trying to get out ahead of things versus trying to clear out behind. There is another area warning that's way back out toward the west with that severe thunderstorm threat as well that hadn't been cleared. So maybe they think there's some stronger winds in there, and you just have to err on the side of caution. But this is an odd situation because the storm mode hadn't really been quite right. I know we've seen at times stuff become supercellular, but then it's not always supercellular, but it's still up to the north and to the west. We've seen it still produce some significant tornadic activity that has produced significant damage and injuries. So that's why we really got to be on top of things here. This afternoon now, getting into the evening, as things get dark, it's going to make it even harder to get an understanding on what's going on outside as we continue to check the latest information here in the chat session from the National Weather Service offices in Tallahassee, Jacksonville, Peachtree City, and Tampa. So again, under Tampa, we're not really concerned for a while there, but there's so many different reports coming in there out of the state of Georgia right now. So just stuff you don't want to hear about. I know we don't normally cover America's core deal, but you guys under tornado watch as well. We'll keep an eye on things. Update now from Kelly Gotchi there at the Weather Service in Tallahassee says a severe warning storm is moving east down US 82, passing through Cuthbert now, and it'll be approaching Selman over the next 10 minutes, and they're still not seeing any increase in rotation, so damaging winds remain a primary threat with the storm right now. So that's a little bit of good news, but we still got to watch. We have other areas to watch down here. They're not warned at the moment as we get toward Enterprise, but we still got to pay attention. Things could try to come together on us. We have these cellular composite values that are really high, and then tornado parameters are there as well. If we can get everything to come together, the instability values are there to some degree, but sometimes it doesn't take just all those. It takes some other atmospheric ingredients here to come together to cause us to have problems like what we've seen toward many communities in Alabama, and then some in Georgia here as well, like Griffin and LaGrange. Again, in Alabama, we had issues towards Selma, downstream of that, up toward the northeast, with several, 3 total tornado emergencies having to be issued there. So this is not what you want to hear. As we're getting a new update now, they're going to go to the severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Dale and northern Geneva counties. So that's out toward Alabama. So let's go ahead and check over there. So Dale and Geneva. We're talking about the accident there just west of Dothan, maybe getting closer to Ward areas there like Clayhatchee and Daleville. I'm looking at it on another source here. So just continuing to watch that there. That might kind of matriculate off into Ward our viewing circle over the next little bit. So gotta continue to watch that. Another tornado warning though in our 62 counties, still continuing for the moment. For another minute or less, though, for clean equipment. They're not going to extend that at this point. But we cover so many counties, so I just want to explain that. I know if you're watching from Stark to Gainesville, the threat isn't around here right now, and the threat at this point doesn't look all that high, but I kind of caution it and preface it by saying things have not looked as high in other areas today either in terms of the tornado potential. And things have really overachieved, and they've overachieved, more than I've seen probably in the last 10 or 15 years with a severe weather event. It's pretty remarkable to see. The overachieving nature of things, not necessarily the event in total, because things have been different in many ways. But I know that event back there, I believe it was 2008 toward Atlanta, about 15 years ago now at Georgia Dome, during that SEC basketball game, was only a 2% tornado risk that night. The big throw was supposed to be the next day, and we ended up having a tornado actually hit where they were playing an SEC tournament basketball game there. And causing some damage after they resumed that game and finished it up. They had to go ahead and moved the rest of the tournament to Georgia Tech's campus. So that was a 2% tornado risk. This started out as a 2% tornado risk as we were looking at things. It went to a 5, then a 10, but not a significant tornado risk until we already had a tornado emergency. So again, things that sometimes have a tendency to overachieve on us here, and that's problematic in nature. As we just got an update, again, we're watching things with the warnings in Alabama. They're going to extend some action out there with some warnings. So we'll see what happens there in that area. But tornado warning in our area is no longer in play, and that's the good news. That's the good news here. I know we're continuing to watch things, continuing to monitor the situation. I know we have one tornado warning in South Carolina now. A funnel cloud was reported recently there toward McCormick County, South Carolina. I know the tornado watches has been canceled toward, it looks like, Atlanta now. That's great news for those folks. We actually had a tornado warning with some of this stuff in northeast Alabama a little while ago, so the threat isn't completely zero there. It's an odd setup, very odd setup. This is not a normal severe weather setup for us, the type of low pressure really overall that we're dealing with here, and the pattern that we're dealing with. It is not exactly what we generally see with these type of parameters come into play, but just really coming together. But right now we do have this one severe thunderstorm warning in our area. We're going to get another one just maybe west of our area. Have to watch the stuff here into the Florida toward the border, but it doesn't look overwhelming right now. That's the good news. You can see it west and south of Thomasville. I know we'll continue to watch it during the tornado watch there in Thomasville and Bainbridge and Moultrie and Quitman and Camilla and Tipton and Sylvester. Everybody's got to pay attention. Blakely, of course, as well. This is a new warning now, so this stuff will maybe move into our area later on tonight. So we'll have to continue to watch. Right now, with this the one warning in play in our area, we're going to take a 9-minute break here. We're going to gather more information. But you see Selman, you see Dawson here in line for some stronger wind gusts. And if we get another tornado warning in the Market area, we'll be on immediately to keep you, your friends, and your family protected. Of course, the logo had to turn to red this morning because things just ramped up so much that things with the algorithms here on the Doppler radar detection modes that were just ramping up so much. We already had debris signatures this morning. Felt it was in our best interest to ramp things up with the red logo because this is a more substantial threat. Obviously, seeing that come into play later on toward parts of Alabama and Georgia. Thoughts and prayers with everybody impacted. And we got to watch our local areas. We have the one warning right now. Of course, we cover 62 counties. It'll be a long way closer to midnight, if not after, before stuff would get this dark. It'd be weaker towards dark in Gainesville, but we'll still have to pay attention to make sure things don't overachieve on us. So stay tuned. We have these warmer temperatures around as well, helping to play a role in things. And we'll have the cooler coming in toward the weekend. And we'll be back with more in about 9 minutes. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 5:42 on this Thursday. We're tracking quite a bit of severe weather here in this second week really of 2023, and we've seen so many tornado warnings toward Alabama and Georgia. Right now in our viewing circle, we did have one tornado warning. That's why we jumped in front of the wall here to give you the very latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. But that has expired, but there's still a severe thunderstorm warning continuing right now in our far northwestern zones. We had the accident get through Cuthbert, but now it's about areas closer toward Dawson. So that's what we're going to be tracking here over the next few minutes. We're also watching a lot of it around Selman right now. I know we're checking all of our different sources here in the Weather Center. We're looking at some more different monitors and our different information streams to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. Don't see anything at this very moment, but we're going to keep checking, keep giving you the latest. Just bear with me here in the Weather Center, but let me go ahead and switch on over right now toward our GR level. Let's see, GR level 3 computer here, and we have that up now. We just got it up there on the Fort Rutgers side, and you can see a little bit of green and red, but it's not really that impressive here north of Selman right now. So we'll just continue to watch things. You can see it northwest of Dawson. I just got to keep watching our scans. You see some lighting here, but I'm talking about not impressive in terms of rotation. There is a lot of wind here, though. I know I've been looking at rotation all day, so sometimes you kind of overlook the wind. Don't want to do that here. We still got to be inside and away from windows because of this nasty wind here that could be in that 60, 70 mile an hour range as it moves in toward Dawson over the next few moments now. The time to get inside and away from windows, if you haven't already done so around Dawson, it's now. It's already been moving through Selman, but now Dawson and Brownwood as well. We could have some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds that could be knocking down tree limbs, trees, power lines. Hopefully not power poles, but that's always not out of the question when you get higher end type wind anyway. Just knocking out power cuts and disruptions here. You don't want to see it, but that's what potentially anyway, based on radar indications at least. They could be headed toward these stronger winds toward the Dawson community in Terrell County. So again, we're going to keep watching that here on that local level. We also have the stuff to watch here further back toward the west. So let me go ahead. You can see just off from Dothan to the west, but it's a thunderstorm warning cluster right now. The Weather Service in Tallahassee here is tracking these storms moving east at about 65 miles an hour. Maybe again a little bit of a northern component, but we'll keep watching that. And then we have, again, the tornado watch and play for parts of area, Blakely, Bainbridge, Albany, Camilla, and Tifton, and points around there and these points, like Cairo and over toward Thomasville. And even as we're looking, I'll go ahead and zoom on in here. You see Moultrie in here as well. That's until 9 o'clock. We have the tornado threat up here, and we have a couple tornado warnings actually in South Carolina. None in Georgia at the moment, but we have 2 tornado warnings in South Carolina. We had a final cloud reported earlier toward McCormick County, South Carolina, but now as we get here closer toward Edgefield and just north of there, we have some rotation, and this is a tornado warning here. Not a confirmed tornado, but a tornado warning right now as we're tracking things near the community of Edgefield or 20 miles north of Belvedere, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So we'll just continue to watch things there in that area very carefully. And then let me get up to the north of Newberry here. This is issued by the Greenville. This was issued by the Greenville Spartanburg office just a moment ago here. Until 6:30. It's a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located 13 miles southeast of Lawrence, or it looks like near Joanna, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. That's the small polygon to the north of Newberry, South Carolina. You see, just north maybe of Kennard, we could have quite a bit of rotation actually. So up, honestly, reflectivity not really doing it justice there as we're getting more updates here in the chat session. So I know we're always wanting to get the very latest there. So let me go ahead and move that down to the south. I know getting some reporting in now. Not what you want to hear. This is what I was alluding to, actually. We didn't want to hear about power poles being down. And in fact, we are getting reports of power poles down now around Cuthbert. That was from about 5:19. I said several tree limbs are down, too. So not what you want to hear about around Cuthbert. So obviously knocking out some power, no doubt. in that area there in Randolph County and now Dawson. That's what's moving into your direction. We just got a new warning. You heard the beep. This new warning now is for parts of Lee County, Georgia. It's a Terrell County. It's a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag until about 6:30. As possible a severe storm, if not likely severe storm, is located near Dawson, and it has areas in its path that include, but maybe not be limited to, Dawson, Leesburg, Smithville, Sasser, Brownwood, Chokey there, Bridges Crossroad, as well as Harold, Jordan Place, Dawson Municipal Airport there, the Starksville, Georgia area as well, Oakville, Oliver's Mill, and Mossy Dale. So again, just want to make sure you guys are aware now. This threat is mainly just on the northern edge of Leesburg. So if you're right on the Albany area line there, when I know Albany kind of is right there as we're getting toward that Lee and Doherty County line, and then you kind of have things right there into that line. We're not talking about that area. We're talking about areas further from about the city limit to Leesburg and probably even more to the north there as we're watching things along the main artery there as we're getting between these different areas. I mean, we'll be watching there, of course, as we get along US Highway 19. So let me go ahead and switch between modes. You see the office there in Peachtree City. This is a warning as well. They also went with a tornado possible tag for Dooley, Sumter, and Crisp counties there. That's not in our viewing circle, but that's the same area, so we'll kind of track it together because as people kind of know, I mean, it's not just necessarily a situation where our 62 counties are the end all be all. I mean, obviously, that's what we focus on. But we have viewers from all over the country that'll join in from time to time. We, again, we're on for all the tornado emergencies within that radar stream earlier on. It's our commitment, really, to be on for those tornado emergencies and generally higher-end events. This one wasn't looking like a higher-end event, but we jumped in there to give you the latest on those tornado emergencies and also jumped in for the latest toward LaGrange, and we saw that debris signature in the wrong area. I mean, it was already warned at that point, but it just got warned within the last few moments at that moment. So when I jumped on, and we were really seeing some bad stuff there on the radar with debris being lofted there. Not seeing that right now. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. We'll continue to watch for it, obviously. But again, a new severe thunderstorm warning to the north there, Dooley, Sumter, Crisp counties there, Americus, Cordele, they're in that threat. And we'll just continue to watch all that. Here you see a little bit of green and red there just north of Brownwood. A lot of this looks like it could. With the rotation, if there is some, maybe get to the north, but the wind potential not as much. Dawson there, and then maybe just north of Leesburg proper along the main artery there, of course, in US 19. So, again, still watching things, still tracking the situation. Let's get back to the west because we have some more action coming in as well. This is not going to be something that's going to end very quickly, probably. It's going to be a longer-term threat, potentially, here as we're watching stuff just west of Dothan, around Midland there, Midland City I'm talking about. There's even some rotation in there. It's hard to tell when you're right by the radar. Sometimes the obstructed view on the radar isn't the greatest thing. It kind of makes things tough for everybody as we're looking at some different things. But again, we're going to keep watching. Let's go ahead and go to the overview of the viewing circle because I want to go ahead and kind of say, guys, just the risk here and how it kind of cuts off. So I don't want people like in Stark and Gainesville would be alarmed here. Because you see the tornado risk is 5% toward Albany and 5% toward Tipton. Well, it's 2% toward Valdosta, Tallahassee. That's still enough, especially looking at things have been overachieving today. But right now, there's technically not a tornado risk here, a formal tornado risk. I mean, I guess you could get a quick spin up, but technically there's not a formal tornado risk towards Live Oak or Lake City or Stark or Gainesville, or even as they go between our different modes here. This is your hail risk. You see it's 5% really toward the west, but nothing formally toward the east, and then the wind risk even cuts off. So there's not even a marginal risk here toward Jacksonville, Gainesville. The storms are going to move through, but in theory, they're supposed to weaken. I know last night we saw some interesting facts in terms of temperatures. We were much colder toward the east than Tallahassee was, and that kind of is indicative of the atmospheric parameters here being more favorable out toward the west than they are toward the east. I look at the dew point values, and this tells a story. I mean, if nothing else tells a story, folks, then this does. I mean, this is about as dramatic as you ever see here in this type of order from west to east like this across North Florida. I mean, the dew points are at 63. That's right for severe weather around Tallahassee and around Quincy, but then 58 there toward Taylor County. But look at that drier air, 43 33 Live Oak, 36 Lake City, these dew points. And in theory, these would be how low your temperature at night can go. It's not going to get that cold because we're going to have some different factors. We're going to have more moisture coming in, but this is really going to help limit, it seems, the severe potential. It may be hard to make out some of these numbers, but just take my word for it if you can't see it. Right above this is a 28 dew point reading right now. I mean, these are some real low ones. That was 43 above the end of this showed. And I'll look at my anemometer as well, see what our dew point is. Here we're at 44, so a little bit higher, but still about 60s when you have the severe potential. You can get in the mid-50s for sure, but 44 right now is too low really to have severe potential in play. It's going to go up some though, and it's just a matter of how much it goes up. But when you have 28 in other areas, I mean, that's a really, it's going to be a deep climb that the atmospheric setup will have to make really to get more favorable for the storms to be severe and really not just be in the dry air. It's very unusual really to see this type of contrast. But I mean, the temperature's actually warmer toward the east here now, and I mean, we've had cloud cover factors like that kind of playing a role, but it's an odd setup to say the least. And this is why I mean, I think the models have been thrown off so much here. They just really have had a tough time handling things. We've seen things overwhelmingly overachieve here. I mean, I've been doing this here, I mean, watching weather for over 20 years, but doing this here for the last few, I've not seen a situation where you just go from a 2% tornado risk the day before to 3 tornado emergencies here, really, that are verifying. And we had some stuff in Arkansas last year, but these are really verifying, folks. I mean, we had significant tornado damage across parts of Alabama and Georgia. Right now, we only have 1 tornado warning, thankfully. I'm not really having to dive too deep on things. And this tornado warning here, for quite a bit of rotation. I mean, it's crazy, actually. I mean, there's hardly anything on radar, and we actually have the rotation, though. So I'm going to switch over to the radar. I'm curious to see what's going on there up toward this area, North Newberry and South Carolina. And the one radar isn't working, so that's going to be an issue. That might be why we're having some problems. But the other radar's not really showing any rain either, but there's some rotation there in an area where we don't have much rain. This is just to the west and really maybe northwest of Whittemere, if I'm pronouncing that right, or Whitmere. So I'm trying to pronounce these communities the best I can. I'm not familiar with all of them. And there goes the tornado warning right on cue, I guess. But we just saw a little more rotation earlier, but right now we're not seeing much of a storm structure to support things getting down to the surface. So that's the good news here. I'll back it up. You can see the rotation was tighter early on toward Joanna and Kennard. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's some really strong wind. And then we're talking about 90-mile-an-hour wind. And then just we'll kind of load our other radar frame in to kind of correlate this as well. You can see we had and just an odd situation overall here. I mean, that's the right time frame, and that didn't even look right. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, stuff's not even co-locating. I'm double checking the times to make sure that's 5:39 and 5:39, and that is, you never see stuff like that here, where the radar looks that much different in the wind mode. But considering all the history of these storms, they're going to take the wind mode into consideration here and issue the necessary warnings. It looks like the Robbins Air Force Base radar is actually a little closer now to some of this stuff here. As we're getting, some of this is just on the edge of a viewing circle, but we still have a warning for parts of Terrell, northern Terrell, northwestern Lee County. The severe thunderstorm threat in place, some gusty winds, maybe some damaging winds that can knock out power on Smithville. It looks like it's more headed towards Smithville at this point. Some of the worst of this from Brownwood and Leesburg is going to be left out of the worst of this here. It looks like, I mean, you still have some of this around Dawson kind of hanging back. I'm talking about this wave right here anyway for Leesburg, but we're going to keep watching. I know out of our viewing area, but we're watching for Cordele there in Crisp County, that area there, and then also watching towards Sumter County. I know that'll be interesting to watch. You see a little bit of rotation, but that's right on the edge of the viewing circle, so we'll just continue to watch things here in regard to that. Now, let's see where else we want to go with you right now. I know we're continuing to monitor things. We're continuing to check all of our different sources. I think I'm going to go ahead and step out of the key wall here in the chroma key frame for just a minute. We're going to gather some more information behind the scenes. I need to do a couple of things here behind the scenes, actually, to get some more information in so we can give it to you live on the air. So continuing along with you here off the camera for now. Again, we're checking the chat sets and we're tracking some other things here as well. So going to see what else we have for you here at this point. I know getting all the information in here is very valuable in these type of situations. It can be very helpful to give us an understanding of what's going on here. So that's kind of why we're stepping off for just a moment here to get you guys the very latest information. So trying to see if we get some more damage reports out to the west and north as well, because that's a big storyline. That's a big deal. It looks like no longer any tornado warnings in the country at this point, as we were kind of alluding to. That's good news. We'll have to keep watching. I know just talking about different things here, all the different tornadic activity they've seen there in the state of Alabama today here, and then I will get over to check some other things here as well. Trying to see exactly what's going on toward North Georgia here too. Kind of give you guys an idea of what's going on. Nothing right there to report. I'm just going through things real quick here. I know the most intense part of the severe thunderstorm warning, Roy, with the severe warning storm in southwest Georgia, the worst of the accident moving from Terrell County into Lee County. It's moving from areas through Smithville now and will remain north of Leesburg. That's the good news. That's the good news at least. But let me see what else we got here. Looks like we got some other news that's not as good. I mean, out toward Alabama, it looks like one home was structural damage. That was in Henry County in the Tallahassee jurisdiction, but not in our viewing circle. So that's some news there, unfortunately. So we're just continuing to track some things here behind the scenes. Continuing to give you guys the very latest information here. It's always important to give you guys the very latest on what's going on here in this type of circumstances. We continue along. We're right near the top of the hour now. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center again. Just trying to give you guys the very latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. In fact, let me go ahead and check some power outage information while I'm off the camera as well. That can be kind of helpful in this type of scenario to give us an understanding of the scope of maybe some of the issues or some of the damage there in towards South Georgia. So we're checking some of our data that's coming on in right now from PowerOutage.us. Some of this information. There's over 120,000 customers in the dark in the state of Georgia right now, and over 48,500 in Alabama. Not necessarily a lot of those in our viewing circle in the Georgia counties there, but still it's worth noting. We do in Randolph County have, it looks like, 19 customers in the dark, 298 customers in the dark in Clay County, Georgia. But there's tons of outages from Troup County to Meriwether County to Pike to Spalding, Henry. I mean, the percentages may be under 50% generally, but there's still a lot of outages. Morgan County, Newton County, Oglethorpe County even. It's a pretty interesting strip. I'm looking at some stuff behind the scenes to see that. But again, just important information to pass along. So again, just trying to give you guys the latest here. I know we're going to have that cool air coming in as we continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. That'll be more as we look ahead toward the weekend. I know we'll have that frost freeze potential. Might not have a lot of time to touch on it depending on how things play out tonight with our update, or if we have one, may not get to one. But I'm going to step in front of the wall again now as we continue along with this coverage. Again, we're at 6:01 on this Thursday. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Just going to do severe thunderstorm warning, and just now, let's go ahead and zoom out. It's for this area moving in out of Alabama and into Georgia now. It's for part of Calhoun, Clay, Early, and Randolph in Georgia until 6:45 Eastern, Dale, Geneva, Henry, Houston, and Alabama until 5:45 Central. So 6:45 Eastern, we're talking about Calhoun, Clay, Early, and Randolph, and 5:45 Central for parts of Geneva, Dale, Henry, and Houston. So just resetting our radar scans here. Again, continuing to give you guys the very latest information. I know updates toward Troup County, Georgia, 3 miles southeast of LaGrange. A tornado confirmed by radar earlier, 3:37, and damage reports there on the southeast side of the town with major structural damage and numerous trees there down blocking I-85. And then as we continue to watch this accident here, you can kind of see we're just dealing right now with the severe thunderstorm threat. But severe thunderstorm warning this year for the line of storm stretching from near Abbeville southward to Dothan and moving east into southwestern Georgia. Recently, gust of 50 was measured at Ozark. So that plays into issue in this new warning here for the next 45 minutes or so. So currently, it looks like we have 2 warnings in the viewing circle, both severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me go ahead and get back out to the broad perspective now and kind of see what else we want to go over with you guys. So you can see, again, no tornado warnings at the moment, but storms can still be problematic in nature here. I mean, you see some lightning even. This is not severe warning, but we'll talk about it a little bit closer to the Florida border. 64 degrees in Thomas. We've got some lightning around there in Thomas County. So strong thunderstorm activity there versus being actually severe in nature, which is some good news. Again, looking at stuff right now, I'm not seeing any tornado warnings, which is a welcome sight after what we've been dealing with here throughout the afternoon across the southeast, Alabama and Georgia especially. Again, seeing all those hard-hit communities here, so serious in nature, what we've been talking about toward these different spots here. Just seeing so many different things come together in such a robust way. But I know the cooler is going to be trying to make its way on in here. You'll be able to see the wind direction here. You can kind of see some of that air trying to work in. I know we've had some wintry precipitation toward Missouri today, so that's interesting to see. And throughout last night, especially in the southern part of that state, there, southeast part, right near the borders there with some of the neighboring states. But still interesting to note. And then as we go ahead and see where else we want to go with this right now, I know want to go ahead and look here at some of our model guidance. I think that'd be something to put on here at this point, since there's not a lot of active stuff here in much of our coverage area. Let's go ahead and put the model guidance on. So we're going to try to set this up for you guys just to see how things may or may not hold together. Let's run that from the 18Z run then. And then we're right now, so 20Z was 3, so 23Z is 6. So let's kind of try to see what it was showing then. And it was a little bit behind with some of this movement, so that might mean we get a little bit of a jump start here on this getting through our viewing circle then versus what this is showing. So just keep that in mind as we kind of get through this. But this is about 7, 8 o'clock here, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. You see it kind of decaying as we get further over our city. There's dew points, but this is all the way out to about 5 a.m. here. But you see a lot of stuff out toward the east may not be as robust. Once it gets to about maybe the Valdosta area and Lake City, it should start to kind of fall apart. This is maybe even earlier than that if we get lucky. I mean, it could still hold together, though. We want you to stay really on the edge of caution, really err on the side of caution. But we'll continue to watch things here for you. 1 a.m. is a benchmark here on the clock, though. You see some different things. Again, this line should be weakening on down at this point, but until then, we're going to have to still watch to see how things can come together or don't come together here based on the different atmospheric parameters that are in play. I know looking at our lower pressure values, now we have some of that further to the north, which plays a role in some of the higher threat being in the north for sure, but I mean, still some pressure values here. A little bit lower on this on that side of things, so that's something to take into consideration. I know we're at 1,017 millibars here, though. So let's go ahead and take off our forecast model super for now. I don't want to confuse anybody as we're switching between some different things here in the weather center. So again, we're just continuing to watch things here, continuing to give you the latest. They did get a gust there toward Blackwell Field in Dale County at 5:31 to 49 miles an hour. So we'll just have to continue to watch things here across the region. You see the word McCullough and Leon. Stuff does not look like much at all. At this point, no lightning in play. That's some definitely is some good news, but we'll continue to watch. This is a little more robust toward Thomas County, but not severe in nature. But toward the west, we just got a gust now. This came in, a gust in Alabama, a headland to 63 miles an hour. So that's from the Weather Service and meteorologist Kelly Gotzi there. So that's the information we're getting in right now. A gust to severe limits in the headland, Alabama area. So we'll see that local storm report in just a sec, but there it is. And there it is as well, the report, not just the area of headland. But that's heading in toward Georgia, folks, on that stronger wind. So really a second wave here maybe headed on in. I mean, we got to be paying attention. We got to be paying attention here for some of this stronger wind and hope we don't get any spin-ups here along this. Again, the tornado threat is still there. The tornado watches are still in play. It's just not as overwhelming as it once was toward the north. We still got to watch this area, though, north of Albany as well. You see Dawson, you see Smithville there, still some nastier weather. We already talked about some issues off toward the south and west toward Cuthbert, with power poles being broken and several tree limbs also being down. So you don't want to hear about that here for sure. Let me go ahead and switch back on over But we're on the Fort Rutgers side. I may want to go back to the other side, to the north at this point. Yeah, that's what we're doing now. You see some enhancement here in northern Lee County here, and parts even of southern, looks like Sumter County there as well, just outside of the viewing circle. So we'll continue to watch that. At this point, again, we cover 62 counties, so that's why we're on. I know earlier on we did the tornado emergency coverage, but our focus is the local area, unless it's just an overwhelming threat. Of course, it became a overwhelming threat and during the storm setup, really, with the tornado emergencies in play, and even at other times, really. But we had the radar going for you guys, at least. It's just we got to make sure we give our local area the priority here, as we still got to watch to the evening, just in case things try to come together on us. So that's what we're doing here in the Weather Center. Checking some different things behind the scenes right now. You may see some flashes from time to time, but it's just a one-man band here. It's just a one-man band as we try to keep you guys safe on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. It's also really just important to me to do so. We also have those links, though, cloudweather.com. So we're always kind of going with that. You can get those links there on that home page. So I know, just looking at some different things here, I want to go ahead and remind you of the covered area. Real quick, if you're kind of just tuning in, our formal area, of course, we came on for the tornado emergencies and the bigger outbreaks we come on for. We had to radar up today. It was a situation we didn't want to really, because of the overall nature of things, and this way really kind of go all in with the tornado coverage just hour after hour in front of the wall. And the tricky situation with it just being a one-man band, it's not like I have a team, so I have to kind of just err here on making sure our area gets the priority when it's a situation here like this, where it's a long-lasting event. Even if the bigger accent, worst accent is further to the north and west, we have to kind of make sure we're focused, we have the energy, have the ability with our systems to be able to focus on our area as well. So it can get kind of interesting sometimes. But let's go ahead and go back over here to the covered area map now. So this is what I'm talking about here. Of course, we'll cover the national stuff as we can and as we need to, but this is the local area. You see our 62 counties. You see Quitman, Randolph, Terrell, Lee. That's where we've been kind of watching stuff, Clay, Doherty, Calhoun counties there. That region is where we're kind of paying attention to this stuff at this moment. We'll have to see how things kind of change around, maybe further down in Southwest Georgia later on. I know we're getting an update here in the chat from the offices up in Atlanta, so let's go ahead and jump away from this then. And oh, by the way, there's something that's been in the modeling, and it's not something I want to focus on too much because it generally doesn't verify, but I mean, it can. I kind of want to mention it just in case it's like a 1% type of chance that it actually happens here in our local area, maybe 5%. We could get some flurries, snow flurries, believe it or not, novelty snow flurries, no impact or anything like that. But as we look ahead tomorrow night and early Saturday, as our system kind of skips a beat there, I apologize for that, kind of giving us a little bit of flicker, and it's just a matter of we have so many things going on, but the situation here is one where we could have some flurries or later tomorrow night and early Saturday. It's not a threat here that's going to be anything that impacts the roads. It would just be something fun to look at. So we'll be watching that, of course, because if we get flurries in Florida especially, that's a big deal. I mean, folks, kids want to see that action. Everybody, I want to see that action, really. So that's what we'll kind of keep our eyes on. This is no fun, the severe weather, but the flurries, they are very fun here. Just as long as you don't get the accumulation from it. I mean, that can be fun if it's handled the right way, but flurries can be very interesting and something for everybody to enjoy. It's probably not something that will happen, but the chances are not zero. So we'll keep our eyes on that. We're getting some information to the north now. We got a tornado warning up toward the Charlotte area. This is north of Charlotte proper where we have this warning. I know the radar coverage is not good up here, so let's see if we can get the terminal radar. We set up the terminal radar up in our system now. We'll go ahead and go over here. See, guys, what's going on there with this area of rotation that's developing here west of Charlotte. I know, watching that here very carefully. We've got these other beeps in. Structural damage in Griffin, of course. There's numerous structures reported damaged or destroyed. You hate hearing about stuff like that. We had a radar up for that earlier on as we were tracking things behind the scenes. But again, you see this tornado warning right now in North Carolina. Toward areas there, Mecklenburg County even included here. So we got to be watching this situation where the greens and reds aren't really that well defined near Stanley, but there's enough of the rotation on the radar. It's kind of right in here. Since the radar cover didn't degrade, you kind of just have to err on the side of caution here. You have a little bit of rotation north of Spencer Mountain. So we'll just have to kind of watch that here in North Carolina right now. No tornado warnings in our area, but a tornado warning in North Carolina now catching my attention as we're looking toward the west of Charlotte. So greens and reds not robust, but you see Charlotte here as I move the map over. Well, it's gonna be kind of weird with the way our terminal radar is picking up, but you see Charlotte here, just right down to the south, with the downtown area, but you can kind of see we're on the north side of the metro area, and that's the concern here, for sure. I mean, right near the Doppler, right near the terminal radar, which I would think would be the airport. I can double check on the topography here, and it does kind of look like maybe that could be the case here. I don't know, but you kind of get the idea. The terminal radar, nonetheless. We'll just keep watching things there in toward that region as we're looking at North Carolina. But we'll go ahead and switch back on over towards some other Dopplers for our local region now. Again, that tornado warning continues until 6:45, including parts of Mecklenburg County there and areas there in the Charlotte metro. So this is a wide-ranging event. But let's get back to this axis. I'm moving into Georgia now from Alabama. You can see we have some greens and reds here that are trying to come together. That's a pretty strong wind pocket, and they're talking about, again, numerous reports of the 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds now out of southeast Alabama, and as they move towards southwestern Georgia. So this area right here looks like it's verifying. So we really got to be kind of maybe, however you want to say it, talking about this with a little more seriousness. So as we get here toward, it looks like State Road 95. This is in Alabama, but it's about to move into Georgia here, and we're going to see maybe winds of 60 plus miles an hour with this as it gets toward Blakely. So if you're in Blakely, you're in Bancroft, you want to be taking this seriously there in towards southwestern Georgia. So again, you also see the Haleburg community. You can kind of see that they're right on the edge maybe of some of this worst wind action right now based on velocity. It's not going to always be perfect, though. That's something to keep in mind as well. So I'm just going to keep watching things as it moves into toward Georgia over the next little bit, this area of wind that we're going to have to focus on. So let's moving on in. You have the other warning toward the north. You're not going to see it as good on this radar, but as the storms in Lee County, a little bit in Terrell County here as well. So we'll be watching that there north of Albany, but again, you see stuff around Dothan. That's not as big of a concern as this looks like the biggest concern in the viewing circle now for sure, based on what we're seeing on the Doppler algorithms, based on the base velocity detection mode here. You kind of you're able to get that evaluation here from our Doppler. Our Doppler mode is able to read the winds the best of its ability at least. So that's really helpful for us. So you can see how that little wind pocket has really evolved. I mean, look at that. I was right near headland. So even on the northern side of that wind pocket near Haleburg, they might be getting into this based on my reading of this. And then this could be a threat again in our viewing area, Blakely and Bancroft, and even local watch as well. It's got a new warning to the south now. Okay, this is for not in our area, but I think I see where they're talking. Let me see. I bet this is the area they're talking about right in here. Severe winds. They're talking about crossing the Chattahoochee into areas near Blakely, but also we have a severe threat now right in this area toward Coffeedale, Geneva, Holmes, and Walton. And if this were to intensify, a tornado warning might be required here, as we have a little bit of rotation there on this storm toward Gaskin. See some greens and reds trying to come together there north of Definiak Springs, so we'll watch that. But in our viewing circle here, we're watching this area of wind moving on in now towards southwestern Georgia as we go between the radars, go between the best modes here. We're just trying to get an idea of exactly what's going on at the surface, or at least closer to the surface here in general. So that's what we're kind of dealing with. We're trying to give you guys the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Checking some things behind the scenes right now. So if you see the screen flash there, I apologize. But you know, check some things. Again, since it's a one-man band, we're just trying to give you guys the very latest here this evening. Again, we also are watching that significant weather advisory toward Thomasville. Gust up to 50 there, but into the east really at this point toward Brooks County. And I don't have the best radar side of that, but we'll be watching that. But not severe at this moment. Going up to the north now, north of Leesburg. Again, that's where the worst of the wind is here. And you can kind of see that there moving maybe toward Warwick over the next few moments. We'll be watching that. And you see, again, this is really nasty. This might be trying to rotate a little. It actually might be trying to rotate a little. Sometimes this stuff, when it gets nasty looking like this, I mean, sometimes it can actually be a little bit of rotation. It's harder to see. You kind of figure it out here once you look a little careful, or a little more carefully. But again, you can see 50-mile-an-hour winds showing up right as this moves into Georgia. Now, that's damaging winds. The history of the damaging wind here with this as it moves into Georgia now. Moving into our viewing area right now, you see the pixels just crossing the state line here, just crossing the Chattahoochee River, really, with some of the worst of this threats. That's always something important to keep in mind as we're here at 6:18 on this Thursday. We only have one active tornado warning in the country right now. That is up toward areas in North Carolina, toward Mecklenburg County, just northern areas of Charlotte, really. But toward our region, we have some severe thunderstorm warnings in play, including this one. We have a pretty nasty and even maybe growingly nasty velocity signature here with these winds coming on in. These yellows are indicative of winds maybe 60+ miles an hour here as they move on in. Blakely, it's about you guys there. This storm system here that we're tracking with this warning anyway has a history. Okay, they're going tornado warning now for early, and I don't really blame them because you see just enough of that rotation here. It's not overwhelming, but I see why they're doing it. So we're about to have a tornado warning, folks. So you don't need to wait for the warning. Go ahead and take those tornado precautions now. I already said I've really been taking some type of precautions, getting away from those windows here in Early County. But now the Weather Service is pulling the trigger, and it has just pulled the trigger on a tornado warning. At 6:19, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Blakely, moving east at 55 miles an hour. The rotation they're saying maybe it's still in Henry County, but it's going to be crossing the river here soon. Let's see if there's something I'm missing here. Maybe they're watching here to the south a little, but I mean, I guess they could be watching that, but it's right there along that line. I mean, you got a couple of different areas. I mean, we saw how strong the wind was on the edges here to just north. I mean, so obviously you get why they issued the tornado warning now. So the tornado warning just being issued now for parts of Henry and Alabama, just a small sliver, and then early in Georgia. So here's the warning polygon now. There it is on the screen, just fresh in from the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. A tornado warning now in the Market area, our second one of the evening / afternoon here, if you want to call that 5 o'clock hour, or the late afternoon anyway. It's our second one, though, of the day in our viewing market, our viewing circle. So you have this for a little bit of Henry, but it's really about Early County now until about 6:45, a possible tornado moving on in. So we need to get folks into shelter here, interior room away from windows if you're around Blakely. If you put on a bicycle helmet or a football helmet, you might want to put shoes on if you just got home from work. You might be trying to relax, but unfortunately, you need to be ready just in case you have some damage, and you don't want to step in glass without shoes on because that could cut your feet up. So you got to be really mindful of that here, because we have a tornado warning in the Market area. Again, a second of the day here west of Blakely. We're watching things tighten up a little bit on our other product now. This is what we were kind of seeing here. It's that subtle rotation, but the greens and the reds here are just getting a little bit brighter, a little bit brighter. And when you have that spin there in the atmosphere, that could get us maybe a tornado down to the surface here. If nothing else, this is some strong wind here, though, on one-way wind mode here. The Doppler, we have 65-mile-an-hour winds, give or take, showing up here in some of these colors. So that's pretty nasty here as we're looking toward the Blakely community. Again, a tornado warning now for the Blakely area. The time to get into that tornado safe spot in Blakely is now. Interior room away from windows, football helmet, bicycle helmet. You want to do that. You see some upscale growth. Let's look for debris. Is that some debris? I mean, I guess it could be. It's not as cut and dry maybe as it looked on the other mode a minute ago, but for other tornado warning in our viewing circle about an hour ago now. But velocities continue to intensify west of Blakely, and the values from the radar in excess of 70 miles an hour headed toward Blakely, they're saying, as the tornado warning continues for the area. So it's about Blakely right now. Nothing's been formally confirmed, but this could knock down power poles. It could knock down maybe some of those power lines, at least, if not the power poles. You guys have to watch out for tree limbs and trees to fall, as we're now past sunset, so it makes things even harder to spot out there. So a tornado warning now for the Blakely area in our southwestern Georgia market area. The time to take shelter is now if you're around Blakely. Now, I would pinpoint roads in here. I might go ahead and do it a little bit, but it's a little bit broad of a stretch here. But we'll go ahead and kind of just pinpoint them along here. Jack Wright Road. You also have, it looks like, a Howard Landing Road, Freeman Road there, as well as Chancey Mill Road. Even down here toward the south a little bit, we have some more roads like Rock Hill Road. So those could be areas, one of those or a couple of those might be being impacted by a tornado right now in parts of Early County, Georgia. So again, Blakely, you're under the tornado warning, no debris really at this point, which is a very good positive. We had so much debris earlier towards Selma, Alabama. It was a serious sight. We're still trying to get the latest information on injuries here and maybe fatalities as well. We'll have to find out more on that just with everything that happened between Alabama and Georgia here. As we look ahead, we've been busy here the last hour or so, so I haven't really had a chance to get any updated numbers. But it's been a situation that's really overachieved. If you watched me on Tuesday, we thought it'd be more of a wind risk, maybe a rogue tornado or two, but things have taken a turn for the worse here, especially outside of our covered area. I'm not necessarily saying they are in our viewing circle. I mean, they could in a couple spots for sure, but yeah, overall, we're probably not going to see widespread damage here in our viewing area in many spots per se, especially to the east, as we showed you those dew point values lacking so much towards like Stark and Gainesville. The values just aren't there right now for severe weather potential. It's good, but here toward Blakely, that's a different story. Again, this is not necessarily a situation where the parameters are like what they were towards central Alabama, towards Selma earlier on there. So serious the damage. As we were looking there, we were tracking that live with the radar streaming, and we had to cut in because we had 3 different tornado emergencies for one storm there. As it was tracking along, as I got past Selma, the debris signature was just so robust, the rotation was just so tight, and we had to deal with the stuff in North Georgia as well that we've been tracking on the streaming. But right now we have to watch this. This is much broader and weaker, but it still could cause damage. If you're in a mobile home, it could still injure you, this type of wind. A tree falls on a mobile home, that can still be deadly. So in this type of situation, it definitely can as this wind is coming in. So we got to be very careful here. 65-mile-an-hour wind coming on in here. I know, just looking at this, thinking back toward Donaldsonville during Hurricane Michael, we had, I believe, a child lose their life in a mobile home there during Michael. So, I mean, those winds were stronger than this will probably be unless it actually does produce a tornado. But still, that just goes to say you got to be really careful, and it's just unfortunate, these type of situations that come about here. And you just have to be taking those tornado precautions, interior room away from windows, and that site-built structures. So, again, Blakely here, you can see what we're talking about right now in Early County. We're watching this wind gauge here at the airport over the next little bit as well. The Early County Airport. You see Bancroft, a little bit of lightning there, but again, a tornado warning for parts of Early County. And now, I also want to mention, if you're watching on Facebook, we were on a little earlier on Facebook, Casey Cloud WX, because we had some issues with the cloud weather stream. We were able to fix that once we took our first break after the first tornado warning. We had the other stream on there shared. It's just we have separate streams now on Facebook as well. So just a little bit of housekeeping information. As again, this isn't overwhelming, but it could produce this area of rotation a weaker end tornado, a lower end EF0, EF1 type tornado. I mean, more like what we were hoping would only be the story up to the north versus instead getting much more dire type situations. I mean, not necessarily getting just to the top of the scale there. I don't think that happened, but still, I mean, for this time of year and the threat level we were dealing with, to get tornadoes capable of catastrophic damage is just almost takes your breath away. Like it's taking my breath away just a little bit there, honestly. I mean, this is not what you want to see. So again, right now this is nothing like that. It's a situation where we're just seeing broad rotation in nature, moving into Blakely now. Now that looks a little interesting, but I don't know if that's debris or not. It didn't really look like it was lined up good. That's in an odd area, so we'll have to watch that. But nonetheless, you need to be inside and away from windows, because look at all that wind. Even if there's not a tornado here, which there very well may not be, look at all this wind coming into Blakely here according to our radar. Now, it is measuring the winds aloft, so that's something to keep in mind. But This is some strong wind headed toward Blakely. Maybe some 70-mile-an-hour plus winds headed in toward the community of Blakely right now. These brighter colors are indicative of that wind here. Be interesting to watch that anemometer when we get the update. It'll be a little delayed, so don't rely on that here. It'll be too late, obviously, for these areas, and even for the area near the anemometer, to know how much these winds are verifying at the surface. But again, we have a tornado warning around Blakely. We're getting more updates. That's up to the north. It's a severe thunderstorm warning in the Atlanta area, the Market region there of the Weather Service anyway. As we still have some other tornado warnings to talk about in the country, so let's give you an update on those real quick. We'll get right back to Blakely, of course. We have a tornado warning now in areas that looks like here. Yes, I need to switch radar. The radar keeps defaulting to the one that's down. So let me do it manually here. We have some areas of rotation here in South Carolina toward Abbeville, Greenwood, Lawrence, and Union counties in South Carolina, especially one that was located 7 miles southwest of Greenwood a few minutes ago. Is of some concern. And then let's get to the other area here. I need to switch to the terminal radar there. Possible tornado on the north side of Charlotte as well. I mean, you're not going to be able to see much on the radar, unfortunately, but going to take shelter into that tornado warning there in parts of Mecklenburg County, not Charlotte, in downtown necessarily, but you see the terminal radar is under it. So that's something to watch for those folks up there. Just give you a quick update on that outside of our area. But back to our area, we'll be switching back over. Again, if you're in Blakely here in our viewing circle, the tornado precautions need to be taken here. Interior room, away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Maybe put on a football helmet or bicycle helmet there around Blakely. It's about to win, and time is pretty much run out now in Blakely. You see the wind now overtaking things in terms of the roads there in Blakely, where we have the gusts maybe 60, 70 miles an hour coming across Blakely now. You see that wind that's coming on in. If you're right there near the airport there, you might have a few more seconds, but they're near the Early County Airport, but you don't have much time at all. So again, you just got to be inside and away from windows here around Blakely in Early County, Georgia. Again, a tornado warning continuing until about 6:45 Eastern Time for parts of Early County, much of Early County, 5:45 Central Time for areas in Henry County, but 6:45 Eastern Time for Early County. So again, I know, just trying to give you guys the latest information. Getting more updates, all sorts of reports coming in, all the tornadic action we had on the radar stream earlier on. We had that going for 6+ hours earlier to give you the very latest. It was a situation that really intensified, ramped up. The parameters overachieved. They're a little bit higher even in our area than we were expecting toward the Tallahassee jurisdiction region, Tallahassee Weather Service Office region, Southwest Georgia in particular right now, but they're not to that overwhelming level like what we saw in other parts of the southeast that you'll hear about those stories about those tornadoes for a while. I mean, that's just craziness. I mean, what we saw in some of these areas with stuff really just overachieving on us, so unfortunately. So again, let's go ahead and check things right now. Again, we're checking the rotation. It's not all that tight in of itself. I mean, the parameters are going to be slacking off more towards Stark Gainesville, it looks like at this point. Don't let your guard down, but that's the storyline right now. But as you see here, you can see the wind reading. This will be going up. Now, it's just a matter of how high it goes up. They're now telling us here in the chat that it looks like we could be seeing some winds, maybe like 75 miles an hour or so, as we're looking at some different things. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and step off again to get the very latest here and introduce some stuff with our chat source, our source there with the chat, I'm saying. Trying to combine words, but you kind of get the idea. We're going to continue to watch things here. There's the winds. It's coming right across Blakely. Live on the air here on Cloud Weather as we keep you guys and your family and your friends informed. Let me go ahead and check some more things now in the chat as we continue to watch. It's just a one-man band, so I have to step off from time to time. But they're saying values are increasing there with the storms. Maybe we could be seeing hurricane force winds now moving through the Blakely area. Category 1 hurricane winds maybe getting through Blakely right now. This is a very serious situation. Maybe not a tornado in and of itself, but maybe winds to that lower level type of tornado. They could be moving through Blakely here at the moment. So you hate hearing about stuff like that. That's what we're seeing, not necessarily, again, 75-mile-an-hour winds. They're a far cry from what we were tracking earlier, where we had winds maybe 150 miles an hour with some of the tornadic activity based on radar indications. But for our area, 75 miles an hour worth of wind. Can definitely be dangerous and can definitely be deadly if you're in a mobile home. So I'm stepping back in front of the wall now. We just did a couple things with the chat. I want to make sure we were getting some updated information there. Again, this wind is just moving through all the different roads here in Blakely right now. All these different communities, and really on the eastern side at this point. I mean, as we're looking, I mean, Bancroft now. You're getting into this as well. Bancroft there, as we get to where Bancroft stays in Lane, County Road 116. This is all coming in toward the Bancroft community as well. This side, it'll be really interesting to see what we get on this side, because sometimes I know I was watching Missouri stuff here last night in the Weather Center, and we had some reporting and some stronger wind, and that prompted new warning first, but then new warning downstream. But based on seeing that get down to the surface, I'm really curious if we get a gust over 50 miles an hour even on this site here, that'd be of concern toward this area. If we get a gust of 50 plus miles an hour at the Early County Airport. That's an update for us in just a moment, as long as we didn't lose that reporting information. So that should be within the next 5 minutes anyway. We'll get an update on that. They're going to issue a new warning, of course. I mean, it looks like a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. I know it feels more like a severe thunderstorm situation at this moment, but technically still the tornado warning there on the side of Caution. But an eastward extension of the severe thunderstorm warning in southwest Georgia will be forthcoming soon, according to Kelly Gotzi at the Weather Service there in Tallahassee. The line of storms will be potentially affecting areas in Calhoun, Baker, Doherty, and Mitchell counties. And we need to also watch parts of northern Miller County as well. They're saying it's a considerable damage right here from the wind. So let's see what areas could be downstream of this later on. What areas do really you need to charge it up your devices in? If you're in these areas, I'm about to tell you, these will be ones you want to charge up your devices in. If you're anywhere near these areas, even, you want to do so. We don't want a situation like what we saw back at the beginning of 2017. I know we had a tornado outbreak a few weeks later. We had all that wind come in a few weeks earlier, right around New Year's Day in 2017. That was really problematic and really knocking out power for a while. We don't want that type of situation to repeat itself. So even if we don't maybe have a tornado right now, these winds are so strong. We got to be really careful here, folks. We got to be really careful with what we're dealing with as we're looking at Early County. And so you have Milford here, you have El Model, and again, it's going to be a little hard to track this because this could kind of switch around on us just a little bit. But you have maybe Arlington there in Georgia, and maybe toward Baconton or South Doherty County, Bridgeboro. I don't want to go too far because this is going to go a little north probably, just based on how things are going. So maybe Leary and Albany, we'll see. Just in this general vicinity, that's really concerning wind. But even up here, I don't want to leave you guys out toward Coleman. I've been focusing on Blakely, as I said, because of the population density there. But look at all that wind now crossing US Highway 27. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. But this is some really strong wind here. We got to be really careful because, like I say, and like I've said, we don't want a situation like what we had in 2017 there, where we had all that wind damage. I mean, I'm not talking about the tornado day, I'm talking about the thunderstorm day. We had schools having to be impacted for a while. Not saying that's going to happen right now. I mean, the odds of that happening are not that high in general, but they're not zero since everything else is overachieved. I mean, maybe we don't get the tornado threat to overachieve in our area, but maybe we get that wind threat to overachieve. I know they just extended the wind advisory on Q, a little bit different type of more broad wind threat, but I know sometimes stuff can overachieve in different ways here. Tornado threat is supposed to be not overwhelming. It ended up being overwhelming for areas out of our viewing circle. Now, maybe the severe thunderstorm threat shouldn't be overwhelming here, but maybe that is, and our tornado threat is, and it's a possibility, and we gotta watch that. We gotta address that here. Gotta be really careful because these could be more substantial severe thunderstorms than what you're used to dealing with. So, just going to err on the side of caution here. Again, we haven't got an update here. I really would like to get an update on that site here out of Early County. I might try to do a manual update here at this point to see if we can get anything new. This updates automatically every few moments, and we still have a couple minutes to wait. So I'm going to do a manual update. I might hear something from the Weather Service, but there's something I can do to trigger this. Let me go ahead and see if I can get anything newer to come into us. I don't see anything newer, so we'll see. We'll wait and see. It'd be nice if the wind wasn't reaching like this. So on radar, but it's serious what we're seeing on the Dopplers. We just got a new warning now for Ben Hill, Lee, Turner, and Worth. A severe thunderstorm warning now. So you see Lee County, and then we got to be watching up toward Ashburn now. Areas maybe points north of that. You see Leesburg there. Not necessarily seeing the worst of the wind there, but Let me switch over radar. You see thunderstorm warning to Warner Robins, but you see actually, and as I switch this over, it got a lot clearer. So not really. If you're in Ashburn, you're probably okay. To be quite honest, I need to be careful, but you still see it's just edging just north of you guys there. At this point, I know the warnings kind of get confused and the different boundaries, the different radars, but really it's about Araby. Look at that around Araby. That's just actually outside of our area in Crisp County, but as I've been switching radars as we've talked about, let me go ahead and make sure to the last frame, but you can see there I-75 on Araby getting that, but they're just there on the side of Costin because those winds look so strong there. Maybe the word Dakota, Rebecca there, and Oakfield, you see Warwick there. This is right on the northern fringes. We already kind of see some of that wind come on through. So all those county names, and really it's just a small area in the viewing circle. But again, we still have that tornado warning in our market area right now for parts of Early County for another 6-7 minutes or so. That's the formal expiration right now. We'll go ahead and get back down to the south here to give you the latest on that. We also have a TVS in the Florida Panhandle on that Alabama line. That might get a tornado warning here soon. We're seeing a tornado watch question up toward Atlanta, but it's in the line, but I mean, it may just be stronger wind, at least probably new severe thunderstorm warning toward areas like Graceville, maybe over the next little bit if we don't get a tornado warning, but you gotta watch that. You have to also storms with little hooks on them. That's not good. I don't want to see that. Just gotta be careful. Give me a moment just to catch my breath here, but again, just gotta be careful here as we're watching things. These storms, little rogue in nature, can be problematic. I mean, we have some rotation along here, but again, it's been about the wind. I'm surprised we haven't got an update out of that airport region there, out of that side of the Early County Airport, because that would really help us tell the story. I mean, if we were getting really strong winds, we would know that we really had to hunker down to the east. You still got to be really careful, but it'll be interesting. I mean, if we get a gust over 50 out of this, that's when you really need to think about hunkering down if we were to get that. But even with just the warnings, you need to do that. You don't want to just wait for confirmation of anything. I mean, I'm talking about areas outside of the warnings currently. Of course, if you're under the warning, you got to be taking those precautions. But it's just interesting to see what type of readings we would actually get on a gauge, a manual gauge there, wind anemometer. That'd be really helpful here. But I know where I'm at, we've already cooled down a lot. East of Star down to 59. That was quick. I mean, we've been on here for a while, and looking in here, we were at 79 at 312, and cooled down pretty rapidly here to the east. I don't think that's the case as much to the west because of the way the clouds are set up and just the overall parameter in play. I mean, we're in a spot that already gets a little bit cooler, but that should, in theory, cross your fingers, help to limit that threat. I know our dew point's still at 44, so that's another factor that's going in the right direction for us here to the east of Stark. So that's the good news. But as we're looking here, you see these low dew points, and these are just remarkable, the temperature dew point differences, I'm saying. It was remarkable to see these differences here up toward the east. I mean, 30s in the dew points, and then you get toward Cross City there, you're in the 50s. I mean, that's the difference between severe weather potential and no severe weather potential at this point. Again, we're going to see some increase. You see a little bit of this right near the coast here. It's up a little bit, but at that point, it would be harder for stuff to regenerate. But this kind of just shows you how things could fall apart right along where our dew points are falling off. So that'll be kind of helpful here to know. I mean, as we look to the north, I mean, you see dew points are holding together toward Columbia, and there's a tornado watch there. So again, I mean, generally you just don't see a contrast quite like this here. I know we're seeing another tornado warning coming out for areas of Vienna. So let's see exactly where we are with that. I know that would be up there in toward central Georgia a little bit, but we'll just have to continue to watch. This is north of Cordell, so that's out of our area. I believe that's what they're trying to talk about here, because we haven't had one there in that area. So I'm a little confused why they're saying another one. Maybe they mean another severe thunderstorm one. I'm not sure. They've been really busy, and they cover so many counties there at the Peachtree City office. That's just outside of our area, so we'll see what they do with that. But just something to watch up there near Cordell, but north of Cordell. But there's your tornado warning still in the market area. The stronger winds. We'll be watching the word Milford over the next little bit. You see already moving through Bancroft. You have Elmo Dell. You have some of these areas like Leary and Arlington potentially downstream over the next little bit. So they did just issue a tornado warning outside of our area, but it's worth noting because it's just that side of our area. I know some areas there are covered I mean, up here, obviously, they are covered by the stations in Albany. We don't cover them for like that. We don't cover Crisp and Dooley and Pulaski and Wilcox, but they're now under a tornado warning in parts of those counties in the 715 because a possible tornado is located near Richwood or near Vienna, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. As a Tallahassee office in our jurisdictional region, going to now see a severe thunderstorm warning as there's a large area of 60 to 75-mile-an-hour winds moving from east of Blakely into Calhoun and Baker counties in Georgia. So there it is, considerable threat here. I say level 2 severe thunderstorm warning. Now this is level 1 where we have the 60 potential, but level 2 where we have 70 potential. That means more power outages are possible. See it pop up here in a moment, just momentarily, but it includes parts of Baker, Calhoun, Clay, Doherty, Early, Lee, Mitchell, Randolph, Terrell until 7:30, including Albany. We could have winds that could get towards 70 miles an hour. It's kind of more definitive on here. You kind of see how this is bowing out a little bit of a bow echo here maybe on this, and that's problematic. That could be an issue here, and we're looking toward Morgan over the next little bit. I know velocity doesn't show it quite like that, but I know we'll go ahead and go back to the other modes. We're getting information from the Jacksonville office now. They're saying Southeast Georgia partners and stakeholders are closely monitoring the severe thunderstorms to the west, which will reach their northern portions of Coffee and Jeff Davis in about an hour. The weakening storm moving northeastward around 50 miles an hour is moving across I-75 south of Tifton right now. By the way, we just got that reading 50 miles an hour, so I mean, that's on the edge there of Roy being concerned. Right when we said maybe 50 or over, would be concerned, we got right to 50. So we need to be concerned. At least it's not 70 or something crazy like that so far. But still, that could knock out some power here toward the Blakely area. But back to the storyline toward Tipton. There's a lot going on right now. There's just one of me. So I'll go back to the Tipton area there. You see, this is not really, I mean, they're talking about it really moving across and south. I mean, so I'm trying to figure out exactly where they're talking because we're going between different radars. So let me go to the broad view because sometimes our radars kind of cut things off sometimes here. So let me get back on over to the broad perspective so we're not missing out on the big picture here. Put the temperature on real quick and then we'll take them off. But so again, they're talking about the weakening storm there moving toward Coffee and Jeff Davis is what they'll be watching over the next little bit. So, okay, we're going past that now. It looks like in the chat, but again, tornado watch is being expired for some areas to the north, extended for others. So a busy picture up there as we're looking towards central Georgia as well. But again, right now we're watching the axon here. You can see it looks like a little storm northwest of Panama City. Let's see if there's any rotation on it. Not too much. Not too much here. More here, though. It's probably going to get a new warning of some kind, I would think, as this moves toward Graceville and that region here. Maybe just north, we'll see. But as we get up here, toward our area now, Albany. The concern is for Albany, folks, and all the regions around it. I mean, we saw the velocity picture. It's kind of murky, but this could be a situation where we could have a pretty decent amount of power outages here around Albany and Doherty County and surrounding counties. So not just Doherty we're talking about. We're also talking about other surrounding zones under the severe thunderstorm warning now. That's a tornado warning no longer on the screen in our market area. So I'll catch my breath here in a moment, but we're talking about Doherty, also parts of Clay in Georgia, Randolph, Mitchell, Lee, Baker, Calhoun, Early, and Terrell. It's time. If you haven't already, you need to charge those devices here quickly if you're not right there under the storm where you're getting a lightning potential, which could cause issues in and of itself with the electrical damage that could cause. But if you're not right there, you might want to go ahead and charge those devices real quick here. Your cell phone, if you lose power, you want to be able to communicate with people. But this threat here is also not just, confined to Doherty County. It's Leesburg. You see that wind area there. I don't want to leave you guys out there toward Harrow and Sasser either. We talked about Leesburg missing out on the other batch, not so much maybe on this batch, because we have 2 areas of wind maximums now really showing up. But really, I mean, even around Morgan, there could be some of this is the bow echo like what we saw more on the other radar here. I mean, you could really have wind anywhere in here that could really be translating down to the surface and causing problems. So again, we have to be really cognizant of that here. Again, we had a gust of 50 earlier, which is lower end of my concern level. But look at that rotation. Is that what that is? Yeah, that is rotation there. Southern parts, let's see, let me double check this. It's actually in northwestern Miller County. Got some greens and reds all of a sudden trying to come together on us. So I gotta watch that. We saw all sorts of this craziness up earlier outside of the area, so we gotta be really careful with this type of stuff. Look how quick that's come on the board here. that could be a problem for us if we're not careful in Early County in a few moments. Maybe toward Damascus. I know they dealt with a tornado there, a significant one early in the year. I believe it was 2021, so about 2 years ago now, there in the Wardak community. It was a very significant one that spun up quickly. So, got to be careful. We just got a new warning now. This is a new one off toward Jackson, toward Graceville. 60-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible. Dale, Geneva, Henry, Houston, and Alabama. 6:45 Central, and then Holmes and Jackson there too. But in our area, we have Early and Miller now included until 7:45 Eastern time. So we got to be really careful here. More wind potential coming into 60. You have to have, I mean, these areas have already been hit before, which is a problem. And then that hail threat in there, maybe a quick spin up tornado. I mean, Blakely, you're under the gun potentially again here. Oh boy, I mean, you keep getting it there. Eventually, we'll see more of a consolidation with this Jackson, but this stuff wants to rotate a little bit more here. We have to pay attention because, I mean, it doesn't look like the traditional rotation though, but you never know. That area kind of does, northeast of Arlington there. I mean, that kind of looked like it wanted to. Let's see if there's any debris with that. There's not a tornado warning right now, but it's so tricky with these tornado warnings in this setup. By the way, it's outside of our area, but I know some of our viewers might be interested in this or think that we may actually cover this area. So, well, we have a chance. Let's go ahead and cover this tornado warning here. Just to the north, this is up just northeast of Cordell. Look at that number in Cordell now. They just got a gust that looks like the 39 miles an hour. I thought it might have said something like 69, but 39 in Cordell. So that's a little bit better. But you see that wrapping around there of this. You guys kind of see that spin even on this mode, but on the axial reflectivity mode of the Doppler, you can see that spin here. You can see how things are kind of spinning on up. We're getting a report out of, I know, with that tornado emergency earlier in Alabama, the Eagle Creek area around Tallapoosa County. So it's immediately reported trees and power lines down on Horseshoe Bend Road, northeast of Jackson's Gap, from a possible tornado. So you don't want to hear from that. I mean, you don't want to hear about that. So we'll keep our eyes on things. I think it's time to take a break here. We don't have any active tornado warnings in our area because that could change. I know we'll jump back in if we have a new warning within the area here soon, before the time that we set our clock here too. I mean, if we have warning before that time expired, we'll jump back in here as quick as we can to get you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. But right now, it's about 6:49 here. We'll see a 9-minute break. I don't know if we'll be away for 9 minutes or not. We've had this happen last week. I know we had to come back earlier than that, but we'll try to take a 9-minute break. But if we can't get it in, we'll jump back in immediately with a tornado warning if that were to be issued for parts of our viewing area. The one right now, and you see on the screen, it says outside of my covered area, my 62 counties, is for part of Crisp, Dooley, Pulaski, and Wilcox until 7:15. So watching things up there, but in our area, that wind threat, there are several counties involved, moving over to Albany, some other areas to the northeast, some other areas to the south and west, coming in from the Dothan area. So got to be paying attention, and we'll do that here for you in the Weather Center. It looks like a pretty busy night for areas, not necessarily towards Stark, Gainesville, Jacksonville, but instead maybe Tallahassee, Valdosta, Albany, maybe even sneaking in the Waycross to some extent, but especially areas further off toward the west. So I know Weather Service is getting a question about a lot of little areas there, maybe rotation is what they're trying to say. They're transient circulations here and there, but they're not imminent enough maybe to produce a tornado, these circulations here at this time. But that can change, and that's what we'll be watching here for you in the Weather Center. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center about top of the hour now, exactly 7 o'clock. Kind of interesting to time it there like that, but we're getting more information in right now. Just checking to see exactly what's coming on in the chat sets, and I know all those different damage reports toward Alabama still. We're continuing to monitor those, and then you see the accident in our area. The biggest concern right now is moving toward the Albany area. And just the really nasty wind potential. That beat there represented that tornado warning just outside of our area being canceled. That was in play for parts of Dooley, Pulaski, and Wilcox counties. It's just been canceled by the office there up at the Peachtree City office up in the northern part of Georgia. But you can see here toward Albany right now, we're watching that wind potential. We just got a report in now out of the Jones Crossing area in Clay County, Georgia. The Department of Highways there at 6:30 reporting trees down on State Road 266 before Bethel Church Road. So that just is an indication here of some of the type of winds we're seeing. It's knocking down trees. There are the winds right now. So let's get back on over into the Doppler radar right now and evaluate things so we can keep you guys out ahead of these threats, keep you guys safe and informed. So you see the tornado watches are still in play in our area. Anyway, the counties that are covered until 9 o'clock Eastern time. We may see some type of extension or new watches being issued. We'll see. But right now, that threat at least continuing for the next couple of hours, probably a little bit longer than that, though, I would think, as we were talking about earlier on. This doesn't look like a situation that's going to wrap up that quick, though the worst of the parameters we have seen maybe go toward the north in some regard with the tornado potential, but we still have some threats to get through for sure. As we've seen some of the stuff still out in Alabama and still sufficient parameters for these storms to stay going. So let me go ahead and switch on over now. We'll go ahead and see exactly what's going on here on another source. You can see up toward Dougherty County right now. This is off the Tallahassee radar. Actually seeing some rotation on there, so that's interesting. Let me go to the Fort Rucker radar because that one will be a little bit better view maybe for our viewers out there as we're continuing to watch things. You can kind of see exactly what we're talking about here. Continue to monitor the situation. By the way, you see stuff in the Gulf. We'll have to watch some of this toward maybe Gulf County and Bay County and Franklin and our area later on to see how it kind of holds together. And that gust of 50 we're talking about just got put in as a local storm report there from the Early County Airport from about 6:35 is when that was read there. That was recorded, but you see a little bit of rotation actually now northeast of Leary. That might get us a tornado warning. We got to be kind of careful here, especially as this moves toward Albany. They may go ahead and want to pull the trigger on something like that because the winds are already really strong in here, maybe in excess of 60, if not 70 miles an hour. So we get these winds in the opposing direction a little bit right on that county line here as this moves into toward Dougherty. We have to be kind of careful. Now that look there doesn't maybe show it quite as much. I mean, I'm kind of bouncing between some different scans here, so that's why you see things kind of jump around a little bit. But again, just continuing to watch the situation here in the Weather Center with you guys on this Thursday. Again, in January, we had severe weather to deal with the first week of January. Now the second week of January, this threat wasn't as advertised in terms of that tornado potential, but it really came to fruition toward other parts of Alabama and Georgia. And we're watching the threat right now in our viewing circle as well. You see some of that spin there around Leary. We're going between some of the recent frames, and you see it kind of updating. Maybe not quite as apparent in some ways, but it's still there. You still see some of that rotation for sure. I'll point it out for you guys a little bit here. You can still see some of that lower in there in the opposing winds. I know this is on base velocity, but still that kind of shows you there's a little bit of spin here. You got to watch that. That could get close to Albany here over the next little bit. Not saying we'd have a strong tornado on our hands, but we could have winds here that could knock out power. So if you want to target those devices, you don't have much longer to do so in Albany. If you want to be ready for potential power outages, you don't have much longer. If you want to get inside, you need to get inside now, really, since you're in this severe thunderstorm warning in Albany. Also down toward areas there, not just Albany, but you have Radium Springs in there, of course, and they were so hard hit 5-6 years ago now, but by the tornadic activity, we're not expecting a tornado like that in our area. We have seen tornadoes to that level in terms of those winds, it seems, based on debris detection and some damaged pictures and just the overall heights of just some different things within the Doppler. I've seen tornadoes to that level in other areas. Hopefully we didn't have fatalities. I haven't got that nailed down quite yet. I know there may be some information on that, but I haven't seen that come in here on our chat session over the last little bit since I've been on here. Most of this time I haven't been able to verify anything. We did get quite a few injuries that were reported, which you hate to hear about, obviously, as a weather enterprise. But again, let's go ahead and look at some things here. Again, you see Putney and Baconton under this warning. You see Akery. You see Sasser and Leesburg, even Leesburg. Don't want to forget about you guys. Some winds that are going to be pretty strong are moving in toward the Leesburg community here over the next few minutes in Lee County. So same thing there. You don't want to be waiting around to take your precautions there. Get away from those windows. Again, watching the storm to Colquitt too. Has a little hook on it, a little bit of rotation. Nothing overly apparent right now though. We'll watch it. No warning there on play at this moment in time. So that's the good news. We have the storms just south of Dothan as well. I mean, we've been tracking this stuff coming on in, and you see here toward Blakely now. You see some winds there, more winds. I mean, goodness, they can't catch a break there, can they? Now look at that wind. I mean, just coming back in again. This isn't native scan. We just had the wind come through. I mean, this was 50-mile-an-hour wind there. At about 6:35, and I mean we're 30 minutes later. I have another whole event coming in toward the Blakely area right now. We talked about it earlier, but I mean it's really coming in there now and really hitting Blakely hard. I mean you don't see this that often to get a whole nother event really, and a whole nother cluster within that 30-minute range. I mean you hate seeing that. We had the tornado warning, now you have the thunderstorm warning, but it could be almost as serious as the other, and I already have some damaged things that have been impacted. And you have these winds of 60 now coming right through right now the Blakely area, and then we still got to watch areas downstream again. Eventually, some of this stuff might kind of knock the other stuff down. It could kind of push things down in terms of its intensity. But I mean, right now our echo tops are pretty far up there as we get the beep in and update from the Weather Service. But some of these up to 40,000 feet. And another telling us here, there's a tornado that may be on the ground. Okay, they think it is on the ground, just outside of our area. So let me clarify that. This is in northeastern Wilcox County. There's a small debris signature, a brief weak tornado being reported by the office there in Peachtree City. So this is a tornado warning for a tornado on the ground now. So let's go ahead and show that to you guys real quick. I know we're going between quite a few different things. There's a debris signature. We just had a tornado that looks like cross over. I mean, people outside of our area here. I mean, obviously, you know, I mean, if you're just headed outside of our area, you could be encountering some of this. It's just crossing over US 129, and now they're saying there may be 2 debris signatures, so there may be 2 tornadoes on the ground here. That's interesting. I mean, yeah, it's looping around like that. There could be 2 tornadoes on the ground here. That's very interesting and something you don't want to see. I mean, you wouldn't be able to see it probably at night anyway unless it was illuminated by some lightning. But this is in northern Wilcox County. This is outside of our covered area, but it's kind of still covered by the Albany Station. So let's talk about it for a moment here. This tornado is a confirmed one, maybe confirmed tornadoes. We have 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground here. They're headed in the general direction. It looks like of Eastman right now, maybe a little further east than this. We'll see, but we got some tornadic activity in Wilcox County. That's really nasty looking. This one right here crossing on over. You have the Pulaski and the Wilcox County line, but also the Dodge County line. So that's a nasty situation there. But let's go back to our area because we got information from the Weather Service. Let me try to read this here real quick for you. General uptick in the organization from near the Alabama-Florida border. I know they're watching some of that. Storms within that area have the potential to reach 60 to 70. You have that extending all the way to Dougherty County. So not what you want to see, obviously. I know we have it on the other radar, but even from way high up, you're able to see all this. As I know, seeing some different things about power outages. Nothing too interesting here right at this moment in terms of specific numbers, but definitely could have more power outages mountain. And again, just outside of our area, we have at least 1 confirmed tornado on the ground. They are just north of Abbeville there, right there along US 129. And that's pretty significant debris signature. You know, we haven't seen one like this in a while. I mean, this is outside of our area, but just barely. Again, folks in this area do sometimes watch those Albany stations. So just want to make sure we kind of talk about this for a little bit longer since this is the most concerning thing at the moment. I mean, this is a tornado on the ground here, folks, north of Abbeville in Wilcox County. That's debris. It's being lofted up there, and you still see it. I mean, that's a tornado that's in progress at least 2,500 feet. The debris is being lofted. We'll look here. The debris past 4,000 feet now. maybe even past 5,000 feet if that's in the right spot there. So that definitely could be a EF1 type tornado, if not something that's edging a little bit stronger than that with this rotational pattern here. It's very unique. I mean, you see a little curly Q, I guess you could call it, backwards C, and things are like rotating like a cyclone almost. It's really odd, but we have a tornado there on the ground just north of Abbeville. So this is about to cross over. It looks like State Road. This is in Georgia here. State Road 230, just so you guys know where we're talking, not Florida, but Georgia. It just crossed over. US 129 is about to cross over Georgia State Road 230. So just so you guys know here, as it heads toward Eastman there, outside of our covered area. So again, I know people can watch on the internet all the time though, so I want to make sure you guys are aware. I mean, you're restricted or anything like that. So if you're watching, you may be in this area, and want to let you know at least what's going on, since we're not talking about a tornado warning in our area right now, but definitely some strong winds we got to be concerned with in our viewing circle that can knock out power, can cause damage, can even injure folks, as we've talked about already here today. So we've seen those injuries, I mean, with at least tornadic activity in the north, as they're saying the severe winds are near Albany now, and another intense round of those winds are moving through Blakely at the current time. So crazy to see a back-to-back event there on Blakely in such short time there. You can see even maybe a little bit of weak spin there to the south on the edge here, and then you just go ahead and continue to watch things. I know we're just giving you the very latest on what's happening right now as we protect you, your friends, and your family. We're watching toward Albany. Make sure we don't get a quick spin up. There is a little bit of weak rotation here. This is right there near State Road 62. And I know the radars are not the best in here, so we can misstep sometimes. So we got to be kind of careful, because the debris, we wouldn't be able to see it like 3,000 feet in here necessarily. This is up over 5,000. So you can miss a tornado on the ground here. You won't miss a tornado like what we saw back in January, mid-January of 2017 there, but still, you could miss a weaker one. We could have something in there like that if we don't just have, if we have more than just a 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. So, again, we just got to keep watching the situation. We got to keep tracking it. You have Leary getting some stronger wind right now. Again, we have some of these greens and reds coming together, moving toward Albany. We have Blakely there being impacted. You can see here across it over Greer Road. They're getting some of the stronger wind right now toward Blakely again. I mean, you don't get two rounds very often like that. Let's see. I don't know if we have any updated number from there yet. I mean, the last number was the 50, so we'll wait to see if we get another gust there in that range or not. Hopefully not, but we'll just have to wait and see. But Albany, the wind's coming in now toward Doherty County there. You don't want to be outside right now. You don't want to be outside in this type of weather in Doherty County in the Albany area. Some ferocious wind trying to make its way through the viewing circle here into one of the more highly populated areas of our 62 counties. Again, if you're watching from Stark or Gainesville, don't be alarmed. We'll have some of this remnant accent later tonight, but we're not talking about stuff that's going to be in an overwhelmingly organized fashion, we don't think. Now, still stay tuned, still keep an eye on things, but we're not under any formal risk towards Stark and Gainesville at this point. It's just a general thunderstorm type of risk. The dew point values are so low, still at 44, so that's going to really be kind of problematic in a good way, and not maybe getting stuff to evolve and be as organized here, or really being able to get down to the surface and cause that wind potential further east. But we'll watch it, we'll track it here. You can see Albany here, Doherty County. Again, you can see some of the lightning. You see the strike here, the strike out there, another strike down here. I think I'm in the right spot. My hand in the right spot there. But again, continuing to watch things. You see some of that electrical energy here as this axis moves in toward Albany. That can be dangerous too here. And it's not a tornado warning, but it's still a severe thunderstorm warning. Still have that rogue tornado potential. It has that tornado possible tag in it. As we get back up to the north now, we have that tornado warning outside of our area. Granted, I know the Albany stations will cover this, so I don't want to just completely leave this area out. If you're tuning in for update on this, it looks like the debris signature is starting to ramp down some. So maybe the tornado that was in progress here toward areas there further on over toward Wilcox County, maybe it has lifted now as it gets toward areas there of Pulaski/Dodge County. So that might be a little bit good news for Eastman there. We'll just have to continue to watch, so continue to track all that here for you. of course. Might be some good news for them. We had maybe another debris signature there earlier on. I don't know if that was a secondary tornado or not. Nothing more from the Weather Service on that since we reported it to you, but we'll go ahead and get back to the south now. I know they're saying the severe winds are near Albany, as we keep emphasizing, and the intense winds, we already had them move through the Blakely community. So, again, that's something to take note of for sure in that area. So let me go ahead and get back on over right now. We'll get back on over to the radar there at Fort Rucker to get us the better view, and not a perfect view by any stretch of the imagination. I'm going to say better view than the radar we get further north here in this circumstance. But so we currently have, it looks like, the one warning to the north. It's severe thunderstorm and tornado 2. Those are both to the north, but we have 2 warnings. Part of our area are included in. One of them there does include, it looks like, parts of areas there in Miller and Early until 7:45 Eastern. And then the other warning here, always covered here, all the areas that's covered there within our viewing circles. The parts of Doherty, Clay in Georgia, Randolph, Mitchell, Lee, Baker in Georgia, as well as Calhoun, Early, and Terrell until 7:30. So you're definitely seeing the winds. We just got a new warning now till 8 o'clock, including part of Baker, Doherty, Early, Miller, and Seminole now. Inside hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag. So we got to be watching some of this action as it continues to try to come on into the picture. We've got these little areas of rogue circulations, transient circulations. That's what the Weather Service was calling them in Tallahassee here earlier on. You see, we have this new warning. We have multiple areas of spin that look like they want to come together on us here. One just about across U.S. Highway 27. Another area here to the east. So we got to be careful here. Got to be paying attention. This new warning goes until 8, as we referred to, and it is for severe thunderstorms extending along the line, extending from near Arlington to 8 miles north, 8 miles south of Blakely to near Graceville, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Colquitt, Cottonwood, Newton, Donaldsonville, as well as Blakely, Ashford, Arlington, Douglasville, Centerville, over toward Gordon, Iron City, Damascus, as well as Ivy's Mill, Crosby, Greensburg, even Rock Hill, Donaldsonville Airport, and Bellevue under this. Not Bellevue, Florida, but Bellevue there up to the north toward the tri-state area, and really the two-state area between Alabama and Georgia there. So, again, we're going to continue to watch things here with this warning. We now have 3 thunderstorm warnings in our area. No formal tornado warning in our area. Again, just that side of our area, we have that tornado warning for parts of Dodge, Pulaski, and Wilcox. We had the debris that was pretty apparent, but it's kind of falling off. I know there's some warnings further up in toward Georgia as well. Let's see what we have with those. We'll go to the broad view on our other mode, our other system real quick. So let me go and take that. Give me a moment. You can see here the cool air to the north. I talked about the flurry potential that we could, in theory, have tomorrow night. It's not very high. Potential would be on the low end for sure, but not completely zero here with the colder air and some remnant moisture trying to mix. We'll see. That's something that probably more likely, to the north, if you had the cool air mixing at the right time with the remnant moisture, because once you get to the south here, there's a chance that we have precipitation. It could still be rain. So that's something to kind of keep our eyes on as well. As I know, see Augusta 75 earlier in South Carolina. You see all these storm warnings to the north. You see the tornado watches in the yellow outlines. And let's see what we have here. I know there may be we're getting information here, and there might be some rotation on some stuff here closer toward Damascus possibly. Let me see what we're seeing here on our Doppler radar technology. I kind of see what they're saying here. So let me go ahead with the meteorologist there in that market, and broadcast meteorologist in that market talking about that. I see what they're saying. A little bit of that. It's kind of on the edge, so it may not be, but to watch it, see if we get some type of debris here. We'll just have to continue to watch here what's going on. So again, let me go ahead and kind of see what is happening here. You can see there are some other areas of rotation. It's a little tricky sometimes. Things can get obscured here because of that, but again, we're continuing to watch, continuing to track here. The latest, you see the temperature trends, and upper 60s, lower 70s. And earlier, Warren County, Georgia report coming in the system of a tornado sighted there, 1 mile northeast of Mayfield, on Mayfield Road there in the state of Georgia. That is also, we had debris blocking Mayfield road after a tornado passed. And we're now getting word from the office there in Peachtree City, not in our area again, but just on the cusp of our area, really. So it's worth mentioning in case folks are tuning in thinking we covered these areas officially. Just outside of them, it looks like we may have a debris signature now just to the southwest of Eastman. Okay, we'll keep our eyes on that. It's not 100% definitive, but we're now getting word of a tornado warning in the markets. They've now gone with a tornado warning here in the market again. This is for that area we've been watching. It looks like 8 miles southeast of Blakely, moving east at about 45 miles an hour now. So we have a new tornado warning within the market area again. This, I believe, is our third tornado warning of the event here in our market area. It's for parts of Miller, Baker, and Early counties until 7:45. At 7:19, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 8 miles southeast of Blakely, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. So we have northern Miller, northwestern Baker here in Georgia, and we cover Baker, Florida, Baker, Georgia, Clay, Florida, Clay, Georgia. But Clay, Georgia, Baker, Georgia is where we've been focusing our attention today. We're much closer where we're at to the Florida ones, but our Georgia attention is where we're really going to be really giving it to. We're not going to be giving Florida attention at this point, but we're talking about areas here. Ivy's Mill, Milford, Damascus, as well as Crestview, Georgia, Douglasville, Centerville, Cuba, Hawkinstown, Mimsville, and Harmony Church Road / Highway 45. Again, the concern is in Georgia right now versus Florida. That's what we're talking about them, as we have a tornado potentially headed toward areas here around Damascus over the next little bit. Let's get back over to the other radar again. So again, we have a tornado warning in the market again, folks. 3 of our 62 counties are included under a tornado warning right now. Parts of Baker, parts of Early, parts of Miller counties here. And that warning goes until 7:45. So we need to get folks inside your interior room, away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. So let's go ahead, just go ahead and get in that interior room right now. If you're in this red box, let me take the radar off just for a moment. So you see the red box, and it includes areas here, again, of Baker, Early, and Miller. So nothing's been confirmed with this one. That's the good news. We're not seeing a higher end threat at this point either, but still a tornado with, let's say, winds to 100 miles an hour. If that were to occur, that's considered a weaker tornado, but that would still be potentially devastating for somebody living in a mobile home. We saw that toward Damascus with winds a little bit higher than that 2 years ago. So this is not something you guys have not seen before. It is something you have seen before toward this area. You just got to be really cognizant of this here toward Damascus. You see the rotation is not really tight, but it's there, and it's right around the Damascus community here right now in Early County. I mean, this isn't as tight as what we saw with that storm back 2 years ago, but we just have to be really careful just in case things ramp up on us. We get those gate-to-gate pixels together. It's a possibility. So we have to continue to watch here the scans. We just have to continue to monitor all these radar trends here to see exactly what could emerge on us here in terms of maybe tornado debris or something of that, something in that range, something of the like. So we'll just have to keep watching. We'll have to keep tracking it here for you in the weather center. Again, this is moving east at 45. There's a little bit of a northerly component though. So let's see. You see a little lightning in there. I know. There's your green and red a little bit right near Damascus now. So we could have a tornado in the vicinity of County Road in Georgia, County Road 230. This is in Georgia here we're talking. We could have a potential tornado up there. Also near Mill Pond. This is in part of this area here near Damascus. We're talking about Early County. Already Blakely hit with some stronger winds, and now maybe a possible tornado moving into Damascus here. It's not out of the question. You have the greens. You have those. These are the winds going toward that radar there at Fort Rucker. You have the reds. They're kind of wrapping around a little bit. Really, I mean, I'll zoom in. I mean, it's more about maybe this gate to gate here, the green and the red, something in this range, maybe even down to the south. It's kind of hard to tell because the radar is not, I mean, it's right on that little edge. There's a little bit of a hook there, kind of. You can kind of get that idea there. It's a little bit of that showing up within the radar. So we have to be really careful here. You got to be monitoring the situation here very carefully. That's why we're on the air. It's about protecting you, your friends, and your family here on this Thursday. I mean, we're on January 12th, and this is our second big event here of the year. We were hoping this was not going to turn into a bigger event, that ship sailed here earlier today when we started getting, I mean, even this morning, we started our stream a little after this, once we got that tornado there in Alabama. I mean, it was further over in the state as before we had, maybe had, a tornado warning in play. Might have just been right before a tornado warning was in play, where we had some entrapment even reported. So the ship sailed then, and then it's just gone downhill from there. We had 3 tornado emergencies issued for parts of Alabama, and we were on for all those during our radar stream earlier on. We cut into that because of the magnitude of the situation, and really want to make sure we're on for all tornado emergencies. Those are very rare in nature. We have the potential for catastrophic damage. We were on for all those there earlier on, and now we're on for our local stuff, and our third now within this stream, I believe it is, tornado warning in the market area. We cover 62 counties right now. At least parts of 3 of them are under this tornado warning until 7:45. Some of those areas, like, I mean, are in early, could get expired out early, but ironic, early and early, but you get the idea. We'll just have to continue to watch here toward Damascus. You see that little area here on the Doppler, little hook, if you want to call it that. It's got to pay attention to make sure we don't get anything to touch down. It's got to pay attention here. Watching all the different scans, trying to give you guys the latest. And this is moving in there toward parts of Baker County, Georgia, just barely clipping Miller County at this point. So that's the good news for you guys in Miller County. There's another area of spin here. Is this? Oh, I bet they're going to probably want to issue on. No, they're going to issue on this one, I bet you. That looks really nasty. I know we're getting reports now from Rowena, 710, Early County. Power lines reported down along State Road 45. But I don't like this look here. This could be headed toward Newton, folks. A heads up in Newton. This is one of the stronger circulations we've seen here so far. It doesn't have a tornado warning yet, but that's 70-mile-an-hour worth of gate to gate. There's a little bit of a notch on there. I feel like they're going to extend this warning off, and kind of, this is something we saw like up toward that Heartland area early this morning. They might want to just go ahead and extend this warning off for a different spin. We were watching some of this stuff toward that, I believe it was Illinois and Kentucky line maybe this morning, somewhere in there. And now we have another situation like that where we have a green and red situation. Green and red together means get under the bed, and we might have a secondary spin here right near, this is all near, it looks like, as I get in really tight on our roads, State Route 200. Also here as we get down there, we may have some spin there. We also had another spin storm near LaGrange earlier. There's multiple areas. They're coming together on that. Let's see if there's debris. I don't see any yet, so that's good. That's good, but I just don't like that look. I mean, it's still there. It's kind of on the back side a little, but, I mean, that's 38 one way. That's 21 the other way. A little bit calmer, if you want to call it that, but I definitely got to be watching around Newton here for this. A little surprised they haven't pulled the trigger on that one, to be quite honest. But, okay, they're seeing. Now, occasional areas of enhanced rotation along the overall line, and a couple of these have been in eastern early, and another one more recent in Baker, Georgia. We'll continue to monitor for brief tornadoes within the main convective line. So, they're thinking maybe more still off toward the west versus considered toward the east here. But, I mean, in a way, it's a situation where you have everything kind of coming together when you have the winds in Albany. I know we don't want to leave you guys out in Dougherty County either. It can be kind of something you forget about a little bit when we have to focus on the tornado warnings. But you have the winds moving through Albany right now. Could be knocking out power. Could be knocking some tree limbs down, even some trees down, some power lines down, maybe even some power poles down. We've heard those type of reports here within our coverage this evening. So we got to be really careful here in this situation. By the way, at this point, probably not going to have any formal update tonight, just so you guys know. Now, we did do a forecast on Tuesday, and just to kind of go over that real quick, and a quick summary, we saw as colder temperatures coming toward the weekend. Toward the weekend, you want to be protecting those plants and being aware of that frost potential as well. So that's something to keep in mind. I mean, could have freezing conditions here in many of our spots, especially Sunday morning, but even at Saturday morning, we'll be watching. But Sunday morning, maybe even more so, colder air coming on in behind all this. That's something to keep in mind as we continue to watch our tornado warning right now here in toward parts of South Georgia. So, new tornado warning outside of our area now. This one's for Dodge, Lawrence. Let me go ahead and go to the broad view so we don't have to switch radars. So, I'll go ahead and do it for you guys here on our screen, of course. And we'll go ahead and say this is headed in the direction of Vidalia now. That's getting closer toward the Savannah TV market. But this is for Dodge, Lawrence, Montgomery, Telfair. It looks like a Truleton there in Willer counties until about 8 o'clock, where we could have a tornado near McRae, Georgia right now. It needs to about 50 miles an hour, so that's something to watch up there. And then also Worth County now has a tree and a power line down on Acorn Pond Road. So that's in our area in Worth County now. So getting some more information in about this threat, about these stronger winds causing some problems here on this Thursday night. A hazardous Thursday night is what we talked about here in our description. That's what we're seeing across parts of the viewing circle. So the tornado watch right now going to 9 o'clock for areas as far east as Tifton. Moultrie under this. I know we had a question about Moultrie earlier, a comment about Moultrie. We have that threat. Eventually it's going to move in toward you guys. This threat is kind of, this tornado threat here may edge to the north, we'll see, but eventually the line to the south's going to probably get its way on in. It's moving at 50, so it's just a quick estimate here. Maybe in about an hour, give or take, we could have some of this action getting into toward Moultrie here, into toward Colquitt County. So just giving you guys an update there in toward that area. And you see Thomas County, you see areas there of Grady County. They're calm right now, but got to keep watching, got to keep tracking here, see how things evolve on us. You see the action still in the Gulf of Mexico now, west of Panama City still. This stuff could be acting up on us. Eventually the parameters will shut down as things come together in a line and we get into less favorable conditions altogether. But until that happens, we got to be paying attention, folks. Let's go ahead and see what we have in terms of energy values. You see some of those. That's pretty impressive this time of year, and the tornado parameters are up too. So we're still in a nasty situation. We definitely have that nasty situation on our hands. Let me go ahead and go back on over to our other Doppler system now. I know there's some questions about some rotation there in southwestern Georgia. So let's just see. You see, we're watching the stuff here toward Early County. We're watching stuff toward, it looks like areas downstream there. You can kind of see it toward Baker County, Georgia. Maybe not quite as tight, but we still have to watch it to see if we get some type of warning out of it, but at least maybe some stronger wind could be on that edge there. That would be a little more favorable slide in some ways as we're looking at the Doppler radar technology. So again, we're continuing to monitor things here. You see the gust above my head there, 27 miles an hour Albany. That hadn't changed right near me there on the screen. But again, we're going to have to see if that goes up on us in a few minutes, because it very well could, based on these storms that are going through there right now. There's some stronger gusts that have been going through there. Definitely problematic. But now as I'm just getting word, it looks like I saw this come in and I was curious. They must not think those winds are reaching as much to the ground in that little area. So that would be some good news. They've gone ahead and canceled off, expired out. At least that warning expired. It's a thunderstorm warning for Albany. And they now have replaced it by a significant weather advisory. They replaced it with that. And this is now more of a 50-mile-an-hour wind producer headed towards Sylvester there over the next little bit. And we had some issues there in a moment ago there when we were talking about that. But we still have the tornado warning to the north, but then we have the tornado warning in our area as well. I'm going to step off real quick, gather some more information. I'm going to stay with you, though, to guide you through this here. I know that this tornado warning continuing. I need to do some stuff here, check some chat information, check in with the Weather Service. So we're continuing to stick with you to protect you, your friends, and your family here. We're just trying to get you the very latest information here right now. I know it's very important to get you all this because that's what we're trying to do here in the Weather Center. So let me see what we got right now. They're saying that the rotation in Early has weakened, but there's another area in Baker County, and the storm mode is mainly favoring the damaging winds, but these occasional areas of increased rotation are possible. And as the storms become more linear and less discrete, they should see more of the damaging wind impacts coming through them. So that would be in some ways good news, in some ways not good news, because you don't want the wind to really get up there. But also way earlier reported some funnel cloud activity before we had tornado activity up toward, it looks like Troup County, Georgia. We were watching that. That was the action we were really paying attention to up there. But checking some more things behind the scenes right now. Power outages in the state of Georgia, according to poweroutage.us right now, sitting at 90,764 customers. So in our area, we're talking about 322 customers out in Clay County, Georgia. Also 14 in Early County, Georgia. Terrell County, 179. You have Randolph County there, sitting with a few. And then we also have some areas Toward Wilcox, where we had some of that tornadic activity. It's outside of the area of 810, but then there's a long stretch here of outages from Troop and to Meriwether, toward the Atlanta Metro there, Spalding and Henry there, and so getting over toward Jasper and Newton and Morgan counties there. Across the state, a lot of outages, still 90,000 customers in the dark there in the state of Georgia and the Peach State there, and then Alabama, 42,781 customers in the dark there. So a lot of outages. South Carolina, over 10,000. Tennessee, 15,000 exactly, according to PowerOutage.us right now. So they're talking about a storm near Newton is one they're watching closely from the Tallahassee radar. Let me switch it over to that then. If they're looking at it from that mode, maybe they think they can see stuff a little bit better on that air. Maybe the angle lined up with that. Maybe the distance there too. I'm not 100% sure on that. Our system is more default into the north there and the west with the other radar because of the overall setup. But we'll go ahead and switch over to that real quick while we're off the camera. See exactly what's going on here in the Weather Center. Again, if you're watching, I keep emphasizing this. I need to see the logo red, and you're probably worried towards Stark and Gainesville and Jacksonville. I'm not saying don't be worried. You may want to keep an eye on things for your relatives toward the west. And there's a small chance some of this stuff holds together later tonight, but it's not an overwhelming chance by any stretch. Right now, we're not under any formal risk here towards Stark, Gainesville, and Jacksonville. The dew point values are a lot lower, and things, in theory, should weaken on down, but I wouldn't be surprised to at least get some lightning, maybe some significant weather advisory type storms to come through during the night. And I mean, you can still get a rogue warning, so don't let your guard down completely to the east, but it's just not something that is to the level what we're seeing in the west. Things have overachieved, though, today everywhere, so I don't want to just say let your guard down towards Stark, Gainesville, and Jacksonville, even though I'm not as concerned. So keep an eye on things, but we're back on the Tallahassee radar now. Let me see what we got. So we're seeing the rotation. I mean, goodness, that looks pretty. They just dropped the other warning. Okay, Baker, Early, and Miller now. They've gone ahead and dropped it, but this discrete storm here looks pretty interesting still. Moving right toward Newton. You got to be careful here. Just getting some updates here. Quite a few updates, of course, with the tornado toward LaGrange and Troup County. I mean, we had multiple areas we were tracking this craziness up there, but the tornado warning's been dropped, but now we're getting some rotation moving in toward Newton here. We're seeing this. Is this coming on in toward that area? See a little bend back. It's not really overwhelming, but it's right there. I need some type of warning here, whether it's a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. Excuse me, I apologize. Tornado possible tag. So again, I'm just continuing to watch here. Just continuing to watch the situation very carefully. So I'm just checking some different things here behind the scenes, trying to give you guys the very latest. Just trying to make sure you guys know exactly what to expect, exactly what is going on here. So the tornado warning's been cleared off right now, the one, but now we just got a new thunderstorm warning for a wide area to come in to 8:15. So let me go ahead and see what we're dealing with. This is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning, so let me go ahead and zoom out. I'll get back in front of the key wall now. Just trying to give you the latest information here. In the Weather Center, we have some systems that actually let me hear some of these alerts. You might have heard that in the background there just for a second as that was just coming in. I was checking some audio things here while I'm off camera, but they're now telling us they're going to issue a tornado warning for this Newton storm, so be on the lookout for that here in just a moment. So, okay, I'm going to step back in front of the wall now. Again, we're going to get a new tornado warning now being issued for Baker County there in Georgia. That's for that area near Newton that we've been tracking. We also got a new severe thunderstorm warning being issued. This is actually to the south. This is down here toward parts of areas there toward Gadsden County, but also Calhoun County, Florida, and Jackson County, and then Decatur and Seminole in Georgia. So this is not in our area yet. So we'll be watching that threat. But let's see the tornado warning now. We got to pay attention around Newton. There's your tornado warning. I know they're talking about the storms are hoping to the north will be weakening as the dew points are lower as well to the east. But this is your new tornado warning storm now toward Newton. We're going to see that box pop up, that red box here momentarily. But I'll go ahead and give you the information. At 7:38, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Newton, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So parts of Baker County, Georgia, Colquitt County, Georgia, Dougherty County, as well as Mitchell and Worth. You're under this tornado warning now for the next 35 minutes or so. That's why we're here with you guys, because we have these tornado warnings coming and going. And now a new red box here is just coming on the screen. You see that right there on Newton. Wow, that really tightened up. Hope you took shelter in Newton, folks. That may be on the edge there. That may be some debris being lofted. It's possible. I know it kind of looks like it was going to the northwest a little bit with that. I know that's not where we co-located, but I feel like that could be some debris being lofted, and it's just showing up at a different angle here. We may have just had a tornado hit Newton, Georgia, folks. That's what we're really concerned about. It's the red. This is some wind now that's really escalating. 60 one way. We're talking about 29 the other way. So that's 90 miles an hour of gate-to-gate rotation off the Tallahassee radar. Let me see. That is the best radar it's showing for us right now in terms of distance. So we'll stick with it then. If we get any debris on the other radar, or I mean on this one too, we'll probably be notified of that momentarily if it's confirmed that it's a tornado that is causing that green speck to the northwest. And it's not in the right area, and that may not be, but sometimes you get it like exported out a little bit. Actually, looking at the radar scan again, I don't think that really would be debris. So as I looked at that again, but we could see something pop up here in just a moment as we're watching this tornado warning storm over Newton. It'll be crossing the Flint River and headed into Mitchell County shortly, headed toward Baconton. The time to take shelter in Baconton is now, folks. The time to take shelter in Baconton is now. You see the greens and reds coming together. They're headed toward Baconton. In that area, you need to take shelter, greens and reds. And the mantra is when they come together, you want to get under the bed. So that's what we need to do right now, or at least take some type of tornado precaution there around Baconton. Even Newton, still take them. And we're going to have this tornado coming on in toward that area and the areas downstream of that here imminently. So again, seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet or a football helmet. You also want to put shoes on if you took them off, because your feet could get cut off from debris that could be around after the tornado. If it does end up striking here like this looks like it may. This is the tightest one I think we've seen all evening here in our covered area. These winds are really coming together. I mean, two directions. We have winds to 90 miles an hour. And then we're getting reports outside of the area in Dodge County now, multiple trees and power lines down Georgia Highway 87 and Edna Moore Road, and also Georgia Highway 87 and Georgia Highway 117. And then a tornado earlier. Again, we're getting more confirmation of the spottings of tornadoes toward the Atlanta TV market. A tornado is spotted on the ground there from Caldwell Road and Reading Road, north side of Brookhaven, the Brookhaven area. I should say the Brookhaven area. So we're just going to continue to watch all that. You see this rotation? It's very tight here, right around Newton. I'll go to our rotation tracker because this will kind of show it to you better. Let me go ahead and I need you saw an update on that mode. Let's go ahead and go over here now. We'll go ahead and go over here. Give me just a second here. We'll switch it on over. You see the green? You saw the greens and reds, but now you just see the red on here and a whitish color. This indicates just a raw rotation. It says either the strength of this rotation if you're having trouble picking it out otherwise. As we're continuing to get the latest updates in on different things here across the state of Georgia in general. They're canceling out the warning for Dodge, Lawrence, Telfair, and Truleton, but they're keeping it from Montgomery and Willard to the north. But here in our area, we have a tornado warning right now for parts of Baker County, Georgia, Colquitt County, Doherty, Mitchell, and Worth until 8:15. Now, this does not necessarily include downtown Albany, but we got to keep watching here. See if there's any debris now. I'm checking my other mode here. I'll switch it to you guys. I don't see anything right off, which is good news, obviously. We have that little hook there. We got to keep watching. You see that little hook here toward the southwest of Baconton. So we got to be really careful here as we're monitoring the situation in the Weather Center. Again, we have this tornado warning here in play until about 8:15. So you got another 32 minutes here that you got to take shelter as we're getting downstream of this. Toward, Bridgeboro. Don't wait that long to take shelter. I'm just saying you got to stay in shelter until it's expired, which for like Bridgeboro, if it holds together, would be at least another 30 minutes or so. So you got to be careful. I said the word Dover in there. This may go to the north of you guys, but still take shelter there in the wooded area. You got to respect the polygon. You see, later on, maybe watching further over into Worth County. A part of Worth already in it, but Sylvester will be watching that area maybe. We'll see. Could go to the south of you guys there. Maybe more of a Baconton to Bridgeboro path. and maybe the tide at this point, but that could change on us. I mean, it's like a hurricane can change the path it can, the cone of concern can. This is a much more short-term thing, but the movement of this can change it around as well, just a little bit. The path that we're tracking it on could change. We could have different influences on it. It could bring it up or down in terms of its strength. We could see the warning drop. You never know, but right now we have this threat moving toward Baconton and Bridgeboro, and maybe tie outside of this. So we'll have to have a new warning for that probably. For that threat to really be a bigger storyline, but again, we have this tornado warning into 8:15 here for parts of the market area. So again, continuing to watch things. Let me get back on over to the broad perspective again. We'll go ahead and switch on over. This is the one red box in our area. You see the yellow box also on the edge of our area into where the Florida region in terms of Gaston being included. And then you have another severe thunderstorm warning. That is areas there of southwestern Georgia being included there as well. I mean, you see Donaldsonville and Colquitt being included. We don't want to leave you guys out of the conversation either. Already seeing some of this move through the Milford community as well over the last little bit. So you got to be continuing to watch things up here as well. By the way, we just got the latest outlook in. Storm Prediction Center in Norman sending this out. So let's see what the boundaries are. The tornado threat here, they're still really chopping that off here. Once it gets a little past, I mean, when we're watching the threat now, I think it's going to kind of fall off to a degree, but still linger up for a little longer in the green area. That's a 2% tornado risk versus a 5%. But then let's see our hail risk here. That's pretty confined, and then our wind risk goes out a little further. It does now extend further off toward Lake City, but Lake City not quite under that. In that is, again, the dew-point values here. I'll show this to you again. I mean, almost incredible. I mean, they've gone up a little, but you still see these are way too low, really, to get the severe weather to come together and widespread fasting at this point. Unless things change here, wouldn't we have severe weather towards Jacksonville and Gainesville? But the higher the numbers, once you get 55 and higher on these numbers, really 60 and higher is what you want or don't want for severe weather. But when you get that, that's when you're really watching. But 55 and higher, we'll say, for the purpose of this, when you're starting to pay attention a little bit further with these dew point values. So I know we're getting reported out of Randolph County, some power lines down earlier from about 5:15 on Reed Station Road, southeast of Peterson Hill. So that's something that they're having to track there. Obviously, within our viewing circle, the local emergency management, the local power outage crews having to deal with stuff like that. You hate hearing about stuff like that. I hope everybody's staying safe in this type of situation. So, again, you see everything on the Doppler radar. Again, the dew points are what I'm showing. If you can kind of make them out here, that's 37 dew point toward Keystone. We don't normally show this to you this many times, but it just really tells the story how things, and you see the green, it cuts off. That's about where it's cutting off. When we have these lower moisture values, it's just going to be hard for stuff to maintain itself further to the east. And this isn't a threat that'll regenerate on us, we don't think either. Not within our covered area, I wouldn't think. So that'd be some good news for us, and we'll just get the colder air to come in. So again, this may not really be a Stark story, Jacksonville story, Gainesville, Florida story, or Lake City even, but areas to the west is a different storyline for sure. Our dew point up to 47, so it's gone up a little bit. We don't want it to get closer to 55. I mean, these storms have overachieved, and we'll watch, but we don't want it to get closer to that number here. That has gone up a little, but we're now getting information in from Kelly Gotzi at the National Weather Service in Tallahassee that they're continuing to track it, of course. The strong rotation now approaching Baconton in Mitchell County there. So I know we're watching this. Miller's not under this, but yeah, that's really looking nasty on this mode now. Gotta take shelter in Baconton, folks. This could be producing a tornado at any time if it's not producing one right now. You gotta be in shelter around Baconton here in Georgia. Take shelter now because these winds here are coming together on the Doppler. 60 miles an hour one way now. We have the other way, close to 40. If we had a tornado down, we could have winds close to 100 miles an hour coming into Baconton right now. If that were to be occurring, we don't know if it is. If it's not, well, maybe we won't get as strong or near that strong of wind. But if we do, we could have a serious situation on our hands around Baconton. Somebody actually saying in the chat, they're in Baconton and they're monitoring it right now. They're with the fire department, it looks like. So, Jamie Sullivan, they're reporting that in. So, we'll see if they report anything else now. It'd be good if we don't have to get any damage report to that area and everything's okay there. But we have the lightning coming through already into where some of these areas. I mean, you can see some of these strikes away from this a little. So, that means you don't even have as much time if you're trying to get inside and away from windows sometimes, because that lightning, it strikes further away from the apparent thunderstorm. Just got to remember whenever thunder roars, go indoors as well. You see Bridgeboro here on the edge of this, so we'll be watching you guys. But in Baconton, you see that notch here. You see up toward DeWitt. We're going to be watching this situation very carefully. Watching all these scans now, and it's coming right through. The radar scan didn't look quite as definitive. The actual reflectivity, now the velocity scan, this is from 3 minutes ago. Let me see what radar scan's from. It's from just now, so we should get an update on, we just did get an update. That looks pretty nasty. Any type of debris here, I mean, that looks like that's nasty, getting an 81. That's not what you want to see here. This be rain wrapped if we have a tornado on the ground here, folks. You don't want to be in a situation when we have a rain wrapped tornado on our hands here. You gotta be really careful. You gotta be really cognizant in these type of situations. I mean, we have a rain wrapped tornado that could be on our hands here, just near Baconton, Georgia right now. That's what the storyline could be here at the present point. Could have a rain wrapped tornado coming into Baconton now. You gotta be inside. You gotta be away from windows, pillows, to protect your head if you don't have maybe a bicycle helmet or a football helmet. You want to protect yourself from that flying debris here that could be occurring. You want to be in that interiormost room and be away from windows. You don't want any type of debris coming in on you. You don't want things like, objects in your yard. Trying to come on in through those windows, leaving little pieces of debris could bust a window out, and you don't want to be near that window when that happens. So, again, that's what could be taking place around Baconton right now. It's pretty strong circulation we're dealing with. These winds in the yellow close to 80 miles an hour if they're reaching down to the surface. I mean, that's at least what's showing up higher. That's what's showing up aloft here. But, again, this is about to be crossing in. If it's not already in Baconton now, I mean, this is a minute or two behind at this point. Could already be in Baconton, so you gotta be in shelter there in Baconton. Still no debris, thankfully, but I mean, we're looking at 5,000 feet. I mean, that means debris could be under that, and we wouldn't see it until it's already gotten to that point, and that means already significant damage would be occurring here. So we can't be waiting for that debris signature here on the Doppler radar technology. So again, we're sitting at 7:51 right now on this Thursday. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud tracking this tornado warning, this area of rotation here around Baconton. We're watching this very tight circulation here within the Doppler radar algorithms. The tornado warning continues to 8:15, so that goes out for another, looks like, I mean, as you do the math there, 20 minutes or so, 23 minutes. So you got to be monitoring this here in toward this area and then downstream of this here as we continue along in the covers toward areas like Bridgeboro. And that gets us into Worth County. So this threat is not one that's over here by any stretch of the imagination. Again, a tornado threat here has been on a little bit of the more interesting side, and we were anticipating toward our area, but it's been much more substantial outside of our area. Again, an overachieving event. We were not expecting a tornado threat initially to be the predominant story, and instead we saw that to be a very big story further up in Georgia, further over in Alabama, with just even tornado emergencies where we had the potential for catastrophic damage. Those were being issued by the office in Birmingham earlier, just northeast of Selma, after we saw the damage and destruction there. That was in Dallas County, but then we had tornado emergencies toward counties there like Otagua as well as Tallapoosa. So again, this is not what you want to have to deal with up there in Alabama. This is still tight, folks. Baconton, got to be in shelter. That just doesn't look good here on the Doppler. I mean, that's winds there 56. That's winds 31. That could be winds closer to 90 miles an hour if these were getting down to the surface. That could be causing damage on the east side of Baconton. I want to check some other radars real quick. Let's check the other one. I know the system's seeing this one's a little closer, but I just want to see if it's hitting anything different here, because I don't want to miss something. If maybe our Fort Rucker radar is picking up on something, because sometimes we like to stick on that radar more here. It's tricky with the distances because it's not the best area for radar coverage, but let's just see what we're getting on there. We're getting that tight circulation on here as well. Any type of debris, I don't see it, but again, we'd be getting up there over 6,000 feet, so it would have to be already that strong of a tornado, and it doesn't take that strong of a tornado to be really impactful here, especially if in a mobile home. That can be, I mean, a tornado doesn't need to have debris that high to be deadly here if you're in a mobile home. So I'll go ahead and look back at the Tallahassee radar now as we continue to watch the tornado warning continuing to 8:15 for parts of Baker, Colquitt, Doherty, Miller, Daugherty, Mitchell, and Worth. So Baker, Colquitt, Daugherty, Mitchell, and Worth until 8:15. We're watching the spin here on the Doppler. Now Miller, you're under severe thunderstorm warning toward the community of Colquitt. In and of itself, it gets confusing here in Georgia. We have Colquitt County, we have Colquitt City, we have Miller County, we have Mitchell County. But just trying to keep things as straight as I can. We have the two Bakers and the two Clays within the area as well. But let's see if we have any debris now. We still don't, thankfully, but we got the winds here close to 90, just crossing over US 19 here, and they could be headed over the next little bit for State Road 112. So that's what we could be dealing with over the next little bit here in South Georgia. We have these winds coming together here. You have the greens, you have the reds, you have the winds going toward the radar in Tallahassee, you have the winds going away from the radar in Tallahassee, and that's what we're dealing with right now as we're trying to keep you, your friends, and your family protected here on this Thursday night. We have right now 5 over 62 counties in our viewing circle underneath a tornado warning, and you still have the greens and reds trying to come together, the pinks, and the greens at this point, really, what we're talking about with that. I can't believe we don't have any debris. Either that means it hadn't got to the 5,000 foot threshold here, which would mean we don't have necessarily a stronger tornado, or we don't actually have anything on the ground. I would take the latter, we don't have anything on the ground. But again, just continuing to watch things here southeast of DeWitt, east of Baconton, east side of Baconton, now moving away from Baconton, but into Bridgeboro. So the time to take shelter in Bridgeboro, you need to take shelter now. That time is now, what I'm trying to say. So again, take shelter in the Bridgeboro area right now there. You see Dolan is under this tornado warning as well. But the worst of this looks right now headed more toward Bridgeboro. So got to be careful around Dolan. We have multiple warnings still. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. It gets pretty messy, actually, with all the warnings we do have. So let's try to reset this just for a moment. Everybody see what I'm talking about here. Let me take off some of our watches even. This gets really messy. So you can kind of see here we have the thunderstorm warning here. This is just on the edge of the area, but moving toward Gadsden County. Also, Seminole and Decatur, you have the 60-mile-an-hour wind potential. We had a gust there earlier at 45. In Jackson County, 45 miles an hour. It's moving east at 45 miles per hour there. And then you can see up toward Donaldsonville. We're watching that threat. That warning goes to 8, so we'll see what type of new threat joy amount here. But you can kind of already see some of that on the screen with the new warning that was issued just a moment ago. It looks like our chat not coming through there, unfortunately. But now seeing right now Jackson, Decatur. So let me go ahead and zoom out. This is a new warning now. It looks like our chat kind of stopped on us. I'll have to do some things here in just a moment to rectify that. But again, I know some folks may be coming from different areas of the country even to get down here this evening, and just got to be really careful here as you're doing so, whether it's by car, by air even. That's not necessarily up to you if it's by air maybe, but still you got to be careful. Decatur County and Georgia, severe thunderstorm warning as well as Grady, Miller, Daugherty, Mitchell, Baker, Early, Seminole, as well as Colquitt, Tifton, Worth until 9, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and that tornado possible tag is in place. So another hour here of this threat continuing now as we're continuing to watch things around Bacon, and that's still really tight. That rotation is. So continuing to watch that. Let me go back to the other Doppler mode now. That's really tight. And it's headed for Bridgeboro, folks. No debris signature right now. We're going to take a quick 2.5-minute break. I need to catch my breath real quick, but please don't take me going to a break here in a way that is not one that this is a serious situation. It is a serious situation for Bridgeboro. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately there. We'll be back in about 2.5 minutes as we gather more information on this threat here in southwestern Georgia right now and across other areas here of the viewing circle, as well as it starts to even get into south central Georgia as well here as we're looking at all of our Doppler radar technology. So again, a tornado warning continues, folks, to 8:15 for parts of Baker, Colquitt, Daugherty, Miller. Let's try that again. Mitchell and Worth. We'll get it right one day here, but again, Baker, Colquitt, Daugherty, Mitchell, and Worth counties under a tornado warning now until about 8:15. So tornado watch I7.09. We'll see how that kind of gets changed here maybe over the next little bit. So keep it tuned to cloud weather. We'll keep you up to date as we continue this tornado warning coverage.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here in the Weather Center, still following that tornado warning in play in South Georgia. It's still in effect for another 14 minutes, so we need to get folks into shelter. Parts of Baker, Colquitt, Doherty, Mitchell, and Worth counties under this. So around Baconton, we've been tracking it, but now headed toward Bridgeboro. In that vicinity, at least, you see it on rotation tracker to some degree, but our other mode actually says that maybe a little bit better. It actually is taking let me see an interesting angle it looks like here as we're looking at the latest scans. Let me check this. Bear with me. Checking the chat as well as we continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. Again, you see the greens and reds coming together on the Doppler. The peaks and really greens. Excuse me. Been talking a while here today, but again, it's the southwest of Bridgeboro right now. Is where we're watching this and toward parts of our viewing circle, of course. And this is in parts of Mitchell County, headed in toward parts there of, it looks like, Worth County. So again, we got to be really careful here. This is some pinks and greens coming together here at this point. So again, you're not seeing any debris, thankfully, amazingly. Maybe there's some type of side loop contamination or something going on. I don't know, but it could just be a stand up at the surface, and maybe it won't touch down. But on the contrast, if it touches down, it could be more significant because of these winds aloft going up so strongly. So you can't take any chances here if you're around Bridgeboro and in this vicinity. I'm going to check the movement of this. Almost looks like it's headed more southeast now, which is not the dominant movement on these storms here. It almost looks like it's wanting to take a little bit of a southeasterly jog. Sometimes when you have a tornado trying to evolve, it takes more of a right turn. An easterly jog, it would take more of a right turn, but well, that's interesting. The teleobservator now giving us a bad look at this, and it's showing it closer to Bridgeboro again. So there must be something going on with the view. That doesn't mean there may not be there could definitely be a tornado on the ground here around Bridgeboro, though. So you got to be careful here because we're having some issues with the radar views at this point. There could be a tornado anywhere around Bridgeboro, so please take your tornado precautions. We just can't let our guard down here in that area. So again, a tornado warning in play for another 11 minutes toward the Bridgeboro area. So again, continuing to watch this, continuing to track it, continue to check for debris here. Not seeing that, but you see the pinks, you see the greens coming together here. These strong winds going away from the Tallahassee radar. The green, these strong winds going toward the Tallahassee radar. And that could be indicative of a tornadic storm, a tornado producer. We're not 100% sure, but we have to be mindful of this threat here as we continue to watch here in parts of South Georgia. So we've been watching this now, been on about 3 hours or so at this coverage. We were on earlier with our radar stream for 6 hours plus. In that time slot here from the morning to the afternoon, we had to break in for the tornado emergencies as well, but we had all those storms here on the radar, at least visible. We had tornado warnings in play toward Alabama and Georgia, so you guys could get an idea of what was going on toward areas like Selma and toward areas there. I mean, we tracked the tornado emergencies, but then also in toward Georgia, toward areas like LaGrange. So I know seeing some stuff here in the chat, the lightning cell. Pretty interesting there to the south of Panama City. Interesting to hear about all of the electrical energy down there. Hopefully things don't hang together down in that vicinity. We'll just have to wait and see. But continuing to watch things here. Continuing to monitor the situation. Let's get back on over right now to our broad view. You see the tornado watch in the broad yellow. You see the tornado warning in the red box. And you see our severe thunderstorm warnings in the yellow boxes. Severe thunderstorm warnings, we have 2 of them right now. It looks like within the viewing area. One of them going there, it looks like, until about 9 o'clock for this broad strip here from northeast to southwest along the line. We have this other storm here down toward Gadsden County. That is a threat till at least with the warning in play till about 8:15. That also includes parts of Seminole and Decatur in toward our viewing area. But in the tornado warning, the red box is the biggest concern. That is a tornado warning until about 8:15 as we continue to protect you, your friends, and your family here on this Thursday. Again, if you're just tuning in maybe for our update here, that would have been later on. Things, unfortunately, have overachieved on us. We said they could. We were hoping they wouldn't, and it really wasn't a storyline we were pushing too much. I mean, quite honestly, we didn't really think things were going to develop too rapidly here in terms of that more robust tornado threat, especially down here with getting quite a few tornado warnings, but then we saw just the incredible threat, as we've referred to so many times, further up to the north with so many tornadoes touching down, causing all that destruction, all that devastation towards some of these different communities across Alabama and Georgia. And now we're seeing some of that toward our area, not to the degree that's what they've seen to the north necessarily at this point, and the parameters aren't as high. It's a slight risk now instead of an enhanced risk, but excuse me, still enough here to be cognizant of. So Colquitt, now the community in Miller County, tree down on East Main Street there at about 743. That's this coming in, reported that wind damage. And then look at all that lightning we were just referring to as being mentioned in the chat. And you can see all that electrical energy here off of Panama City. So that's still coming in for areas there along the coast. I mean, we have to watch for our area, Liberty and Franklin, and see how that kind of holds together. Hopefully it doesn't as much. I mean, we had some accident earlier come in from there and it fell apart, but we have the parameters in play to some degree. I've just tried to come in more to the line formation here down to the south as well, and maybe things hold together enough to get it through Tallahassee being toward those severe limits, into those severe limits, and reaching those. So we'll have to keep watching and keep tracking here. A tornado warning still for another 8 minutes. So let's get back up there. Right now, this is kind of getting past Bridgeboro, so they're going to have a decision to make here in a moment if they want to extend this tornado warning or if they want to drop it, because it's getting out of the box. You can see right now it's right on the edge of that polygon here as we're tracking this between Dover and Bridgeboro. So they'll see in just a moment they want to keep the tornado warning or just keep the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag in play. So right now you can't touch any debris necessarily with this. I want to see here, bat is up just a little bit. And they're talking about special weather statement to award areas of Coffee, Jeff Davis, and Applin preemptively for the storms coming through a little bit later on. But you can kind of see here maybe a little something on one of these scans. I want to make sure I'm not. I mean, it's on kind of on the edge, so that could just be inflow actually as I was looking. But nonetheless, we're still watching for some debris signatures here in the weather centers. We continue to monitor things to protect you, your friends, and your family on this Thursday. I've been with you for a while now. We're tracking warnings here across the southeast, and looks like it's gone with a new tornado warning now until 8:45. We're going to give you an update on some of the other warnings in other areas. We need to give you an update on our warning now. A new tornado warning until 8:45. This is for parts of Tift and Worth counties now. Tift and Worth counties at 8. It looks like 8:08. A tornado potentially was occurring near Dolan. It was capable of producing that. A severe thunderstorm was anyway. Near Dolan, or 10 miles southwest of Sylvester, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So a new tornado warning now on the board until 8:45. So you see Tai could be in the path here later on, but it's moving from out Bridgeboro now, and you can just see there, it's pretty rural, but we'll have to keep watching and keep tracking this potential here over the next little bit, because Tifton could be in line for this later on if this were to keep staying together on us. So another tornado warning in the market area, starting to lose count. Maybe this is 5. I'm not 100% sure though. Starting to get a pretty high number of tornado warnings within the viewing circle, as they're saying they're continuing to track the rotation with the tornado warning storm moving into Worth County, and the rotation is evident from the Tallahassee and the Valdosta radars. So it means there is some rotation aloft here moving to the east-northeast, and that might mean we don't actually have any type of contamination, as it's not really reaching the surface there, reaching down toward the surface at this point, which is good news, but that could change here rapidly on us. We got to be on guard for that to change here. We could have a tornado hit at any moment. As I know they're talking about here, Jacksonville offices are monitoring the stronger storms to the west of I-75 there, crossing that area. They'll be approaching Coffee and Atkinson around 9 to 9:15, and these could maintain intensity with damaging wind gusts and isolated tornado potential. So got to be paying attention up there in Coffee County and Atkinson County. See how things kind of hold together. They might end up getting a tornado watch up there, an extension up there, something like that. We'll just have to wait and see here as we continue along with the coverage this evening, as we continue with this threat, a nasty threat indeed, here on this Thursday evening. Again, a new tornado warning once again, still maintaining this threat here. You can see the reds, the greens coming together here. This is right near, it looks like, as I get into street level mapping here. Sorry, my voice kind of goes a little bit. We've been talking for a while now, but it looks like State Route 33 could be crossing there shortly. So I'll be watching that. I'll be monitoring that very carefully to see how things kind of evolve with the circulation as it moves across here part of the viewing circle. So we're just going to have to continue to track all of this here for you as the night goes on, as we still have this tornado warning and this tornado potential continuing for a little while longer. So again, trying to keep you guys safe, trying to keep you guys informed here. This is to the south of Gordy, but there could be some hail in the Gordy community right now there in Worth County. So we'll have to just kind of see if we get some reports out of that area over the next little bit. I know, just looking at some temperature readings, I know where I'm at, we're at 59 east of Stark. Our threat is much lower for severe weather over here. And the dew point's at 48, still pretty low for that severe potential as well. So that's the good news. We still got to watch here further off toward the west for now as we continue along with you during this coverage to keep you guys safe. Again, watching these tornado warnings pop up. We have the wind potential in northwestern Gadsden County right now. There's some of this south of Chattahoochee. We also have some of this threat here extending north of Bainbridge. Looks like we have a little rotation there, north and west of El Dorado now. There might be a little something there trying to pop up along the line. Maybe something, we'll have to watch that. And then you see Camilla under a threat as well. Maybe eventually some of this gets toward Thomasville. We'll see, because this directional track here has us kind of moving east here at this point. But some of this actually, I know we're tracking some of this off toward the northeast. A lot of it's still going in that direction, but I know we had a little turn for a moment on some of that stuff. I think it might have just been a thing with the radar, how I was kind of reading some things, interpreting some things. But I know we're continuing to watch this here to southwest of Tai with the greens and the reds coming together in the Doppler algorithm. So again, they're just going to keep watching this. We're going to keep tracking it here for you. This is north of Sigsbee here and north of Moultrie. So we're just continuing to give you guys the latest in Moultrie. I know we had some questions about you guys. You're just on the edge of this warning that expired at 9. Now this stuff may try to get in there around that time. It could be a little earlier. We'll see. It could definitely get a little earlier in the word Moultrie before that 9 o'clock benchmark. But we'll just have to wait and see. We're also watching Interstate 75 in the Jacksonville office talking about that benchmark. We're seeing the stronger storms crossing toward Ashburn there. If you have some travel plans on this Thursday evening along Interstate 75, but toward the south here, we're watching things toward the west of Tipton there. You see that rotation within the Doppler, that kind of hook, per se, if you want to call it that, kind of sticking out of the line a little bit. That can kind of promote and kind of enhance maybe at least some type of threat for a quick spin up tornado. So we just have to be kind of on guard for that. The one red box will go away here in just a moment. But we still got to continue to watch the other area. Got to still watch it here, because that's where the rotation right now, moving toward Tai, maybe moving toward Tipton here in just the next little bit. So we got to watch there in Tipton. We have the greens and reds coming together. Got to be careful there around Tipton, north of El Dorado there. And then you see Chula to the north as well. We may have a tornado warning going. And if this gets extended from Chula down to about El Dorado, or El Dorado, depending on how you guys pronounce that locally. I know there's some different pronunciations across the country of that. But we'll just continue to watch things as we see this move along. A new warning now till 9 o'clock for parts of Leon, Gadsden, the thunderstorm warning to Decatur and Grady. So let's see what we have here. Okay, it's that storm just along the state line. Does have a tornado possible tag on it now to watch here in the latest update as well. So we're just going to continue to watch things. I know back this up a moment ago. We were watching it with a tornado possible tag as well. This right now mainly staying north of I-10. So as we get further downstream, it's getting closer to I-10 right now. I would think about traffic cameras, but it is dark, so I get some lighting. I might have to pull those up later on once we get a chance here. Because I don't really have those right where I can go to them right off at this second, but we'll keep that in mind. But again, I just continuing to watch the situation that's on our hands here. This is for thunderstorm warning now at 9 o'clock for part of Gadsden, Leon, Decatur, and Grady counties. It looks like 15 there or so. So for thunderstorm located 8 miles east of Chattahoochee or 10 miles northwest of Quincy, was moving east at about 50 miles an hour. Cairo, Havana, Whigham, Chattahoochee, Gretna, as well as Apogus, Darcy, Rosedale, Jamison, Rocky Hill, Recovery, Calvary, Jinx, Princess Steel, Amsterdam, Brentsville, Nickelville, Henson, and Dogtown, all under this tornado warning. So, including but not limited to those communities. So, get into your room on the lowest floor of a sturdy structure there at this point in this area. So, gotta be careful. You have that lightning threat. You have the storms here in the more line formation to the north, and you have the tornado warning just west of Tipton as well. So, you gotta be watching. I know that's interesting. It's showing things a little displaced now. Maybe seeing the rotation kind of be a little bit harder to find on the one radar at least. But I'm gonna switch some radars around. Maybe go to the Moody radar at this point based on some of the different angles and the distances here. That may give us a better view as possible, at least here as we continue along with this coverage. So again, we're sitting at 8:17 on that clock, continuing to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family on this Thursday evening, this Thursday night. Again, no formal update planned at this point because we're going to be sticking with you in this coverage here at least for a little while longer. And I'm seeing the Moody radar not showing a lot of rotation, and I'm curious to see what it has looked like over the last little bit, because that might kind of help us here just a little bit to get an idea of if this is weakening or strengthening based on this radar mode and this radar site in general. So this one's not showing it as tight. It's showing a little bit of rotation along the line. Southwest of tight. It's going to be more of a hail threat, though. It definitely looks like a hail threat on this one as it moves toward tight. Definitely that little notch on there as well. So that's something to watch if you're around tight there. So again, we could have a tornado coming through there. Tipton maybe later on. We're watching for you guys to see if things get extended. I know we're now getting word from law enforcement of peace-sized hail there in the Cordy community in Worth County. So that's now coming into the chat, Seth, and peace-sized hail there in the Gordy community in Worth County. So that's not overwhelming by any stretch of the imagination, but it's at least worth noting here as we're looking at some different things. And we have the warning for parts of Tipton Worth, and this actually looks like it might be promoting more higher type hail sizes, but further to the east. So, I mean, Gordy there, as we've kind of been switching radars, I mean, it seems like they might have got a little bit bigger hail than that, you would have thought, at least anyway. That would have been a possibility, but that's maybe some good news that things aren't reaching quite as substantially then, if that's the case. So, because it seems like we would have a little bit bigger hail based on that radar slot that we were just looking at there, that radar site. So, they're continuing some different warnings, dropping some different areas. The severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Early and Seminole has been canceled out. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for parts of Baker and Georgia, Colquitt, Decatur, Doherty, Grady, Miller, Mitchell, Tipton, Worth now. So watching things, I know all that tornadic action earlier, we had the sun that helped us as well. Build up the parameters. At this point, we don't have that, at least, which is some good news, but we still have some other characteristics to hold things together for a little while longer. So I think they would keep the tornado watch and play a little bit longer into the evening, maybe like an extension to 11 or something, maybe even a little bit of a spatial extension as well, but we'll see. We'll have to continue to monitor the situation very carefully here in the Weather Center. Let me go ahead, get back on over here. We'll go ahead and switch back on over to other mode. You can see here we have the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, the 1 tornado warning within the coverage area right now. You see the temperature contrast a little bit, but really it's about the dew point contrast as we've been explaining to you guys here this evening. So you see 40s in the dew points to the east. That's the limit. The threat again towards Stark, toward Jacksonville, toward Gainesville here as we're looking, and over toward areas closer toward Palatka and Palm Coast. But I know peace-sized hail being reported in Ty as well now in Worth County. So that's a little bit on the lower side, which would be good. Let's see what this mode's showing. I took the hail off earlier. We were getting some false readings, but looks like this is showing some hail up there a little bit. So let's go ahead and pull up our hail tracker. That's not supposed to be the predominant threat today, but it is showing on the maximum estimated hail size to about 0.8 of an inch in diameter. And that's about the highest it's been here in the life cycle. So it's actually that Tai is interesting. That might just be the address, the way it's set up, because really in the Tai itself, you wouldn't think that the worse the hail than the word Tai. But again, we're getting that information in. I know also, just if you guys are wondering here, we don't have the formal update, but a Jaguar game Saturday night against the Chargers. Hopefully the Jaguars get the job done. I may not have the best colors on because those are kind of similar to Charger colors, but I know it's just a little bit hard with our chroma key to use the till because it likes to key out sometimes. But go Jaguars as they're taking on the Chargers, but we're going to have cold conditions for that game is the big takeaway. Bundle up if you're going to that game Saturday night against LA, 8:15 kickoff on NBC. Just wanted to kind of remind you guys of that. If you're wondering, now Michael will be in town, but back to the tornado warning now. Tipton Worth counties. I don't want to get too far off of the tornado warning topic with that behind me here. This is continuing to 8:45. You can see here we have the lightning potential, and with this, you can see all that electrical energy here as this moves toward Tai. We're seeing a continuation of the tornado warning now. So at 8:21, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Tai, or 9 miles southeast of Sylvester, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. So again, we could get an extension into Tipton. Maybe just get a severe thunderstorm warning in the Tipton. I think they would keep something in the Tipton though. Anyway, here based on what we're seeing within the Doppler algorithms. So again, a tornado warning does continue as this moves on in. You can see we'll get a decision here soon. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick detect the other mode here. I don't see a lot of rotation on the one radar, but again, the Tallahassee radar is doing it a little bit better, possibly. I see some rotation on that storm toward Gadsden, higher up anyway. So let's check the Tallahassee radar, both of these storms. And then if we don't have anything new, I'll take a 2.5-minute break so we can get maybe some looks at some traffic cam or something like that here in our system, or at least just catch my breath here before maybe new warnings get issued here by the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. So again, I just continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center. We're continuing to monitor the threat to keep you, your friends, and your family safe here on this Thursday night. So I just reset the radar. By the way, you see a lot of lightning coming from the coast here, Gulf County. We'll watch that, see if that's a threat further south. But then you see broad rotation here, southwest of Faceville, Georgia, and further west of Apogus, and you can see Camilla. We have to see a thunderstorm warning there, but then there's still a lot of rotation set up on the Tallahassee radar on this. I mean, it's kind of a tough angle in a way. I mean, so you got to be kind of careful with it, but we got to watch for Tipton. So no tornado warning yet for Tipton, but that could change. We'll be back in about 2.5 minutes with more. So let me catch my breath, see if we get any new information in here as we do so. So we can go ahead and get that to you as soon as we come on back. As a significant weather advisory has been issued toward Franklin and Gulf, so no warning for that area yet. So maybe not the severe limits down there. We'll keep on watching, we'll keep on tracking, and see you here very soon. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here in the Weather Center, day 26, and you just saw the red box jump off the screen. So that's some good news. The Weather Service in Tallahassee has us canceled the tornado warning for parts of Tift and Worth counties. They've also just continued the tornado watch for portions of the region here as well. I know I'm just getting that information on in here. Give me a second. I got to catch my breath out again. As we've been here with you for a while. So, again, this is for parts of Baker, Brooks, Colquitt, Decatur, Doherty, Grady, Miller, Mitchell, Seminole, Thomas, Tift, Fort Worth, and Turner until 9 o'clock. The tornado watch is continuing as we're watching things in toward those areas. But the tornado watch has been dropped for areas of Georgia that include Calhoun, Early, Lee, and Terrell. So that's some good news. And again, the most important thing is the red box that just jumped off the screen here. That tornado warning is no longer in effect. So we don't have any tornado warnings at the moment. So again, we're going to continue to watch that here. That threat toward Tipton. They may go with a severe thunderstorm warning here in a moment. I mean, honestly, we're getting some of this wind coming on closer in. We don't have a formal warning at this very second. We'll continue to watch things that are evolving quickly. So it's kind of hard sometimes for everybody to keep up because there's just so much happening here in this type of circumstance. So again, we're just going to keep watching it here with you. We're just going to keep giving you guys the latest information here. As you see the lightning here in play, you see Tata, you see Tula here. Areas north of that even where we have some of that electrical energy. So we're just going to keep watching all that here for you toward Interstate 75 here. And in fact, speaking of interstates, I got the cameras up. I know we got the new information in right about the time I got on here. But I do got some cameras. I have some cameras that we can go to, Florida 511 perspectives. So let me go ahead and see what I can give you guys here live on the air as we keep you guys safe and informed tonight. Let me see. I know it's dark, so we're not going to get the best views in the world here, but at least give you guys a little something here as we're looking toward I-10 and maybe some of these hazardous driving conditions there. I mean, it's going to be tough. I'm looking at Flat Creek Road. I don't see a lot there, so I'm going to get a little bit further down here. Maybe this camera will give us a better shot, or at least of some of the accent coming on in the picture. I mean, it's just right on the edge, and it's actually a good shot of the actual conditions, but things are still looking pretty good right now. I guess I can show this to you. This is toward Florida, though. You can see some lightning in the distance, so maybe we'll get lucky here and get some of that lightning here in the distance in just a moment. But again, we're just going to go ahead and pull up the traffic system now, full screen. We'll go ahead and pop that on up. You see the lightning now. That was good timing. Pretty good timing there. You can kind of just watch it right on the edge here. Maybe see some of the cloud formations possibly here. This is toward I-10 at, it looks like mile marker 173.7. More lightning now. Okay, we just got a new warning now. They've gone ahead and added a new warning in play now for parts of Ben Hill, Berry, and Colquitt, Cook, Irwin, Mitchell, Tift, Turner, and Worth for severe thunderstorm possibilities until 9:30. There's also a tornado possible tag, but not enough of that concern for a tornado warning to be issued. So that's the good news. That's some hail possible. Definitely going to keep our eyes on that here as we continue along. But toward Florida, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in play as well. You can see some of these lightning flashes here on the view as you look. You see these cars passing on by, but you see the lightning every little bit here on the shot, so that's important to take note of. Definitely interesting to see. So just continuing to watch all that here. Again, right now the weather doesn't look too bad, but it's going to change quickly here in this area toward areas along Interstate 10. So again, we're just keeping our eyes on everything here for you in the Weather Center, trying to give you guys the latest information. I will go ahead and jump away from this for now, though, and give you some more shots here of the Doppler radar algorithms and see what they're showing you guys. We just got some new warning information as I referred to, so let me go ahead and jump over to our other source now. You guys will see what we're talking about over there. So again, this is toward Interstate 75 around Tipton. You see Tula and Tata getting some of the nastier reflectivity values into toward those areas, and this is moving, this axis is moving toward I-75 and Tipton here over the next few moments, moving into Tipton. So that's why we have the new warning. That includes Fitzgerald and Enigma and edging on out close toward Adele and Nashville as well. So we just got to keep watching this potential. I know there's no formal tornado warning any longer, but East winds can still knock out power. They can still be problematic in your communities here for sure. So you got to be aware of that potential. We may take a quick break here. Once we get a little past this 8:30 benchmark, I know I could use a little break. You can hear my voice kind of coming and going a little bit. I apologize for that. But when we get these longer form coverage modes here going, I mean, we have to be on. And it's just a one-man band. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. So that's why we do it like we do it. We keep the radar up sometimes. Like earlier in the day, we decided to do the coverage with this more the radar ahead of the threat here. We were thinking maybe a little bit lesser of the concern overall to the west here with this focus on the local, but ended up having to do that radar stream and even cutting into that for the tornado emergencies that arose here as the threat really overachieved and escalated. I know sometimes these threats can overachieve. I know back in 07, we had a 5% tornado risk that terrible night in Central Florida. We ended up having all those fatalities there with the tornadoes moving through those different communities. So at least this wasn't a nighttime event here so far with what we saw toward those more hazardous type of impacts and those higher high type impacts that we saw. I know I want to say not nighttime, but it is nighttime now. But my point being, this stuff isn't as bad as what we've seen toward areas in Alabama and further up in Georgia. So they're continuing the warning now for parts of Baker, Colquitt, Decatur, Grady, Mitchell, Tipton, Worth until 9 o'clock. We're also seeing cancellation of Doherty and Miller counties now. So that's the good news in that regard. So we're watching a lot of this around Tipton. That seems like the focus with all that lightning. That's just a lot of lightning. That can cause issues, fires. I mean, if a building gets hit, it can also just damage electrical equipment, even can that electrical energy from the sky. So we just got to be really cognizant of that. You see Camilla there getting some heavier rain. Sigsbee there, you see at Apovis and down there just the southeast of Faceville. We'll watch to see if we get any more rotations to evolve. I don't see anything really tight right now, but things, depending on the radar view, and we're going to have to keep watching around Tipton. Again, seems like about the worst of it here at the moment within the viewing circle, though, with all that lightning, because that's a really indicator there, a big sign of some of this stuff that can move on through that could be pretty nasty. I mean, even a little bit of rotation right over town there, honestly, but I know they've just now done an extension on the tornado watch, so let's see what we got there. We'll go ahead and see what we have on our other source that will be updating for us over there. So you should see that because they just extended it, and it's going to open just a second here for Ben Hill, Berry and Cook, Irwin, Lanier, Lowndes now at 10 o'clock. That tornado watch and that tornado potential is going to remain in play till then, and it's also been extended just for the areas it's already in through 10 o'clock further off toward the west. So it's just the Georgia areas here, but still Georgia areas. There's so much population density there toward many communities, and even the rural areas really need to have ways to get alerts because this stuff, as you guys know, I mean, generally this area gets a little more severe weather, it seems like, than other parts of our region. You guys always have to be really prepared for this severe weather potential. So I know we're going to keep watching everything here for you. You see all these yellow boxes. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. We got to watch for more tornado warnings. We got to watch stuff off the coast as well. Got to keep paying attention here. All this lightning, all this really high reflectivity accent here toward Tipton is noteworthy. I mean, this is really interesting to see showing up on the Doppler like this. I'm going to see if our Moody radar has a good view of this stuff by now. We'll try to switch on over toward that. So, again, severe thunderstorm warning for Tipton up to Fitzgerald, but Tipton seems like if we had some damaging concern down to the surface, that could be where it's at. If this stuff isn't just aloft here with the worst of it, it could be getting down to the surface around Tipton. So we got to be prepared for that. We got to be very careful there. I'm now getting reporting in from media. This is a meteorologist there at South Georgia TV, WSWG there, saying that marble-sized hail is occurring in the Tai area. So again, that's the report coming in right now. So we're just going to keep watching things. You can see here the purple on the Doppler radar here, and that's indicative of maybe some higher hail potential, like we've just been really referring to. So important to kind of keep that in mind. This is some nasty weather moving through the Tipton area right now in Tift County. So again, you just got a hail report of marble size and Tai, but now further off toward the east, we're watching some of this stuff here as it moves on through South Georgia. So you can see a Harold Couch Road. So Ferry Lake Road, we're getting some of that potential here. You can see some of these greens and reds here on the Doppler. We're just going to see if anything tightens up on us, but at least some stronger wind. And again, some hail potential coming through Tifton at this very moment. Maybe on the east side of Tifton with some of this as well. Here as we're tracking this live. So a nasty situation toward Tift County. Adel, you still got some more time. You got some action to the west. It's not as robust right now, but we'll keep on watching. You're kind of on the edge of this warning, but right now you're still okay around Adel there in parts of Cook County. I know you guys always really want to watch the weather information because of what happened maybe in 2017. That terrible, terrible night there we had the mobile homes being destroyed with the strong tornadic action that came on through on that day in late January. Almost 6 years ago now, almost 6 years ago. Hard to believe it's been that long, but going ahead and looking down here toward Attapulgis, you can see here got some heavier reflectivity values set up off the Moody's site. So maybe some small hail mixing in toward Attapulgis. We're looking higher up here on the radar, but still maybe seeing what's going on there. You see Cairo there, and then maybe Thomasville could get in this over the next little bit. So an early heads up for you guys in Thomasville there in Thomas County. We'll continue to watch things in toward that area as the situation goes along. So again, we're just tracking things and monitoring everything on the radar. That wind shift now would have already gotten past downtown Tifton at this point, but Fitzgerald's getting into some of this right now in Ben Hill County. Definitely some higher reflectivity values in that area, not as much as what we're seeing to the south. You also got to watch in Irwin County around the Osceola community. Again, these purples, you don't see these quite lighted that often. You gotta be aware of them. I know, sorry, I'm losing my voice, but you got to be aware of them here for sure. So, again, just when we have these higher values, I mean, it's not just about the rain, but maybe some hail mixing in, and you could have even some stronger winds being transported down to the surface. So, again, we're just going to keep watching and keep tracking here everything in the Weather Center. So, again, we're monitoring all this. Osceola's got to be on guard for this potential here over the next little bit in Irwin County. You can see what they're dealing with. You see Enigma is about to get in this. We're watching Enigma there in northwestern Berrien County. So we'll just have to keep watching everything on the Doppler scans in that area. Again, Pelham getting some of this. Camilla's getting out maybe some of the worst of this based on some of the scans we're looking at. But Pelham's getting some of this. So we just got to keep watching everything. I think since we don't have a formal tornado warning in play, we're going to take a little break. You see Moultrie now. I know we talked about it. We want to make sure you guys know it, though. Moultrie, we have you guys under a severe thunderstorm warning now until 9:30 as well. So you got to pay attention down there in Colquitt County. We had some questions about Moultrie earlier, as we're now getting an update from the Jacksonville office as they don't anticipate the storms maybe prompting watches for the area because they're going to be quickly weakening as they move across the Jacksonville counties. That means we won't have some warnings, but probably not any formal watches for the Jacksonville zones as we look ahead in the word of timeline, which is some good news. But we'll keep on watching, we'll keep on tracking. Unless we get another tornado warning here in short order, we'll be back in about 9 minutes as they're reinforcing the potential for some warnings. So unless we get another tornado warning, I'm going to take a 9-minute break to catch my breath here in the Weather Center, get a little bit of drink of water as we continue to watch things. You see the temperature trends here. I mean, they're not the big story in some ways. It's more like a dew point here tonight, actually, because that really drops off to the east. But their values, those values are really high toward the Tallahassee area, and especially as everything kind of comes together in southwest and south central Georgia. But the tornado watch now put at 10 o'clock, and still multiple severe thunderstorm warnings on the board here as well. So keep it tuned to Clouds Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now. We're at 8:50. Some new severe thunderstorm warning updates have come on in. A new severe thunderstorm warning, I know, issued here in the state of Florida for parts of Franklin and Gulf County. They're 9:30 Eastern Time, 8:30 Central Time. So that's something to take note of. You see even the Jacksonville office issuing a warning there off toward areas there of Coffee and Atkinson, as well as outside of our area, Bacon and Jeff Davis as well. So we'll get into all those in just a moment. But we're just getting some very sad news here into the Weather Center from WSFA TV there in the Montgomery area. They have confirmed with Otago County there, one of the areas under a tornado emergency earlier, that at least six people have lost their lives. 6 confirmed fatalities, all in Otago County from today's tornado event. So, and there could be more based on some information coming on in. So, at least 6, though, is what they're reporting this moment. That's WSFA TV in Montgomery reporting that in from Otago County, Alabama. So, that's north of Montgomery there a little bit. So just a terrible day, a devastating day here in the weather community with at least six fatalities being reported there in the Otago County area. We hope we can prevent some more here from happening tonight. We wish that we could have prevented those. We were streaming that radar, but just sometimes the threat wasn't that overwhelming, so people go about their day and then things like this happen. It's just so sad. But let's go ahead and take a look here at some of these warnings here in play toward the coast right now. This is an area you see Port St. Joe over toward Carabel. This is a storm where we do have just more of that damaging wind threat being noted right now by the Weather Service in parts there. Tallahassee, of course, are the ones that's doing this. And this is for Central Franklin and the Big Bend of Florida there until 9:30 Eastern Time, as we referenced here a moment ago. At about 8:46, Doppler radar indicated a severe thunderstorm. A severe thunderstorm is capable of producing damage and winds in excess of 60 miles an hour, and the storm was located near Port St. Joe and moving east at about 55 miles an hour. So Carabel, East Point, Apalachicola, Port St. Joe, Franklin, Carabel Beach, Royal Bluff, as well as 11-mile St. George Island State Park, over toward Indian Pass, Beverly, Milltown, Bay City, Apalachicola Airport, even over toward the Simons Bayou, Hayes Place, even 9 Mile and High Bluff under this too. So getting that on here, we also have reporting of a large oak tree partially in the road there at Highway 33 South between 8 and 9 Mile marker in Worth County. So some more reporting coming out of that area. We have more warnings still that we're watching up in this area. You see one here west of Thomasville. This is a severe thunderstorm here located 7 miles south of Wiggum or 10 miles southwest of Cairo, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Cairo, Wiggum, and Apogus, Grady County Airport, Darcy, as well as Moncrief, Rocky Hill, Lane Cat, even Calvary, in toward looks like Nickelville and Beachton under this warning here until about 9 o'clock. And then we have some more warnings here. The main axis, you see Moultrie about to get into this now. We were talking about Moultrie earlier. I know we've had some questions about Moultrie. So let's go ahead and go to the high resolution radar. This is the Moody radar. You can see it coming on in now to the Moultrie area. The winds are coming on in. You see them in Funston. And that wind shift, if you want to call it that, coming in toward Moultrie right about now. So got to be inside and away from windows on Mount Moultrie. You see Norman Park there. Getting into some of this. You see Omega there, El Dorado, depending on the pronunciation there. And you see Lennox there. They're getting into this here soon, it looks like. And then you already see this is really kind of nasty looking here in eastern parts of Ben Hill County still, around Osterfield or Osterfield. I know these pronunciations can be tricky. I tried to know the pronunciations of everything in the 62 counties, but there's a few zones here that get a little tricky. Even if you kind of learn them once, you can't always keep them up there remembered. But you see toward Ambrose, Prison, Broxton, Douglas, over the next little bit in Coffee County. We got some really strong winds possibly headed your way, maybe some hail in there as well. I know getting some reporting now of a possible funnel cloud there in Tift County. I think that would have probably been just a little bit earlier on, but again, as we're looking at our mapping here, we'll zoom out, you see where we're tracking things. There's still some stuff in Tift County, but you'd think the funnel cloud would have been along the main axis here out toward the east, but we're tracking this also in toward parts of Atkinson County, Willacoochee, Pearson there. Under this type of threat here over the next little bit. So just continuing to monitor the situation here with the Doppler radar algorithms. And seeing things strong in nature up toward areas just north of the viewing circle, but some severe warning acts toward Statesboro, toward the southern there. Seeing some of that potential outside of our viewing circle, but again, watching things here toward Douglas, over the next little bit toward Coffee County. We're just going to keep watching the situation here. Maybe a quick spin up could happen along this line again. Maybe a funnel cloud earlier on in Tift County. It could have been further back if it wasn't closer to Tift than maybe more when we had a tornado warning. But again, I'm still watching things here just to see if we get more tornado warnings. We don't have any at the moment in the area, but severe thunderstorm warnings still have to be taken seriously here. We still have 60+ mile-an-hour winds. Could have some hail there. I know in this storm here, we're talking about 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. I mean, honestly, some of the radar really representations indicate it could be a little bit nastier than that in some regard. But again, I'm just continuing to watch things here. I mean, you don't see the parameters, or I should say the hazards really sticking out here necessarily. I don't know they're self, which is good, but it's that purple. We don't get that very often in this part of the country to really sew up like that on the Doppler radar algorithm. But you have the lightning in there as well. Again, this is moving into toward Jacksonville, Dixon now, Coffee County, toward Atkinson County. So we have to continue to watch all this here. Eventually, we might have to watch toward areas there, right closer there, possibly just north maybe of our area toward Bacon County, but this could slip into Pierce County. So we'll just have to keep our eyes on that over the next little bit. So we're just going to keep watching things here for you in the Weather Center. We're just monitoring the situation, of course, and trying to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. We're checking all of our different modes. You can see toward the south here, southeast of Attapulgos. You have some rotation there as well, showing up higher up, but it's not necessarily something that's just overwhelming here enough for a tornado warning at this point. So we'll keep watching though, and we'll keep tracking everything. All this severe thunderstorm acts are mainly staying in the Georgia counties. We have that tornado watch continuing until 10 o'clock. So again, continue to watch things here. Again, I said just thinking back what we had to deal with earlier this afternoon, having to break into that radar stream here for those tornado emergencies. We were on with the radar stream for a while. We were hoping things wouldn't escalate to the level they did. Ended up having to go on for multiple tornado emergencies, though, there toward areas like Ottawa County, Alabama, where we, again, according to the SFA, are now getting reporting in from that area where at least 6 folks have lost their life. 6 confirmed fatalities in Ottawa County, Alabama, based on the reporting there and from them, the Emergency Management Sheriff's Office. I think it was the Sheriff's Office where that came in from to WSFA. But WSFA is where I got that reporting from. We have 6 fatalities there in that area. So just so sad, and hope we don't have that number go up. But today really escalated, took a turn for the worst. It's really not what you want to see, obviously. The enhanced risk here was in play, but it's more for the wind hazard. The tornado threat was not supposed to materialize like it did, and it's going to be a day that's studied for a long time in the meteorology world to see what's wrong with the models. I know this is not a normal type of setup, and the models just didn't handle it well to begin with, and we just had damage report after damage report even earlier on. That's why we started that radar stream so early, so at least people were aware that things were increasing with the overall tornado threat, but ended up getting a threat that was more focused on these stronger tornadoes even, which is just so sad to see ramp up like it did indoors some of these different areas in this tornado event. But again, right now, no tornado warnings in our area, but we still got to watch here. These storms are still capable of some stronger wind gusts, maybe a quick spin-up tornado. And then we also just have to pay attention for some of that hail potential as well. Even lightning can be dangerous, as we've talked about here, as we still have these warnings in play. I know there's a warning down to the south, too. I don't want to forget about it since it's not in the frame. So let me get back to the whole area view here then, as we get right toward that 9 o'clock benchmark. I've been on this here for about 4 hours, covering the local warnings now. And we still have more of these continuing. So we got to be here to keep you guys safe, keep you guys informed. Franklin and Gulf until 9:30. And also areas of Atkinson and Coffee until 9:30. Ben Hill, Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, Irwin, over toward Mitchell, Tip, Turner, and Worth till 9:30. Decatur, Grady, and then Baker, Colquitt, Decatur, Grady, Mitchell, Tipton, Worth till 9. So those two should bounce off here in just a second, but we'll still have still a few polygons as a reference in play, so we still got to be cognizant of them here in the Weather Center. A little bit of lightning developing west of Tallahassee. Nothing really overwhelming here at this point, but it's kind of odd the way they're developing. You got to always remember whenever thunder roars, go indoors. And then again, you see our now 3 warnings in the coverage area. All thunderstorm warnings, but still, as I zoom out a little further so you can see the one to the coast there, you don't want to lay your guard down with these. You still can't lay your guard down. Granted, I do want to emphasize our local threat here is and toward the north central Florida region a lot lower than it is toward our local counties, toward Tallahassee, and especially in southwest and south central Georgia because of the dew point values. The dew point values are much lower to the east still. You see, even in southeast Georgia, look at these numbers here toward, Brunswick, they're at 43. You need to have about 55 at least, if not 60, to really get this action to maintain itself, really have enough of that moisture around. So that can help to kind of decrease the activity's intensity as the storms move further east, and that'd be some good news for downstream locations. But until we really start to see this, get more of that, really that air and that area impacted by this action, it's not going to weaken as quickly. So at least we're not seeing the tornado warnings right now, but still got to keep monitoring things. And our dew point now has gone up to 53 here east of Stark, so it may get to that number of 55 that I was talking about. The magic number is really 60 in the meteorology world, so hopefully it don't get quite there, but it has made a pretty big rise here. So we'll see. I mean, this situation has overachieved a lot. I mean, I know last night we had the core temperatures to the east, the warmer to the west, so that's the kind of be an indicator here of things, how they should kind of fall apart too here in nature. But we'll just keep watching things, keep tracking things here in the Weather Center. I know we're not getting just the reporting of, we were talking about earlier, in Worth County, a large oak tree partially in the roadway on Highway 33, 1 mile northwest of Tempe there. So that's the information we're getting in right now in towards some of these different areas. So again, not what you want to hear, but nothing like what we saw, obviously, toward areas like Otago County, Alabama, where this devastation occurred here earlier today. These storms really taking a turn for the worst toward that area. We've seen now, as I try to make sure I make that clear there, WSFA reporting 6 fatalities at least in that region there from the tornadic activity we saw this afternoon, a tornado emergency. One of those there in play, I believe it was the first tornado emergency we saw, was including areas of Otago County. Just that catastrophic damage potential was there, and we know the tornadic activity has resulted in loss of life there. And again, WSFA, NBC 12 there, Montgomery reporting at least 6 fatalities in toward that region. It's so sad. This threat wasn't supposed to be as predominant. I mean, all the different weather service offices, Roy, had seemingly been on the same page, and the Storm Prediction Center, I mean, I saw the same thing they were seeing. Didn't really look like we would get this type of robust threat. Some of the parameters were there, but didn't really think they would come together to actually get these storms to take advantage of them. But the parameters, they notched up some more and came together. They were able to really be ingested here into these storms, and it just turned into a really sad situation. So again, one of the more surprising deadly tornado events we've seen here in the last 15 years, I would say, in the meteorology world. So especially multi-fatality events. Sometimes you get 1 or 2 in a sad situation, but I know in Debbie even we had tornado fatalities from, I believe it was an EF0 because of a mobile home being hit there toward the south, but so sad. But this was a situation where this tornado strength was just so treacherous and so terrible that we had fatalities that ended up coming out of this. We had injuries, we knew that. Ended up, though, turning those, unfortunately, some of those injury reports into fatalities. So getting some information from the Jacksonville office now. They're paying close attention to a kink along the Boeing segment that's moving through Bushnell currently, and that may develop a circulation in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So let's see what they're doing with here on the Doppler, what they're seeing on the Doppler here, and we're going to keep watching things. Oh, you see all that rotation west of Douglas there. Let's see if I can get the best radar view up there for that area. Let's see, it looks like the Moody radar, that'd be the best one to go to right now. There's definitely some rotation west of Douglas, so you don't want to let your guard down in Douglas. I know you're not under a watch, but you're under a severe thunderstorm warning there toward this area, toward Coffee County, so you don't want to let your guard down there around Coffee County as we continue to watch the situation. Again, checking some different things behind the scenes right now, trying to get you guys the very latest information right here in our sources that we have up on the screen to see exactly what's going on. You might see some flashes. It's just a one-man band, so I'm trying to do the best I can here. But again, toward Douglas here in Coffee County, we'll have to watch to see if something kind of comes together. Again, we'll be talking about Bushnell, Georgia. There it is right there. We're watching. That's the area they're focusing on here, the Weather Service in Jacksonville, the office. I mean, we're not watching Jacksonville itself as much, but this is in their jurisdiction. We'll have to pay attention. You see the greens, the winds going toward the radar. That's the radar there at Moody. And then you have the winds going away from the radar at Moody. And that's what we're having to deal with around Bushnell right now here in Ward Coffee County, Georgia. So we'll have to see if we get a tornado warning on this. Right now, maybe not quite enough. We'll have to keep watching all the different scans, all the different modes here on the Doppler radar. You can see here we have the bending back here on this in the latest scan. You can see the quick movement relative to everything here that we're dealing with. And I see they canceled one of these warnings. Ben Hill, Berry, and Colquitt, Cook, Irwin, Mitchell, Tiff, Turner, Worth, that's Tallahassee. That's some good news. But this one goes to 9:30. The movement east at 40 with it. So that's what we're having to deal with right now. You can see here, just trying to see what is going on other different modes. Don't see any debris here at the moment, really. That's apparent. You never know. There could be something mixing in, but no formal tornado warning yet. But we have to just keep watching here, all the different scans. As I zoom back out, I know we had one of those warnings go away there, but we still have some of these warnings still in play. So looks like it's just now 2 warnings in play. So let me go ahead and switch to our other system. It's giving us the very latest. There you go. I actually took it off of there too, but I have it up on here. So we have the one to the coast. I don't want to forget about it because it's in a different spot and we've been tracking things, really. But this is right there along toward Apalachicola, folks. Down there could be getting some 60-mile-an-hour winds. Probably tornado threat would in theory be a little lower down here, but we'll still watch it, of course. You see Carabel in this threat as well. And Tallahassee might get lucky in that some of this lighter rain comes across, some of this lighter precipitation comes across these areas. And we might end up getting the atmosphere to be a little bit more suppressed, and we don't really have that line formation come together. So that'd be the good news, but we can't guarantee that yet. The tornado watch is to the north. We have a severe thunderstorm warning actually outside of that. That's the inside of the tornado watch. We don't have any warnings now, which is intriguing, but things can always change quickly on us. You have the rotation, though. This could turn into a tornado warning relatively quick if we're not careful. So, again, we just have to be careful here, as I'm referencing the word Douglas. So let's see if we can kind of get this past Douglas. If we do, we might take another break if we don't have a tornado warning at that point. But let's go ahead and make sure everybody in Douglas is just inside and away from windows right now. This wind and this rain and this lightning potential comes in. Maybe some hail potential mixing in as well. And again, that quick spin up can't completely be ruled out. We're not talking about, though, we're not talking about what we saw toward like Alabama there, toward like Otago County or anything like that. We're not talking about a higher end type tornado situation. We're talking about an EF0, EF1, or in the worst case, a low end EF2. But we're not talking about damage, which I would think, based on what we've seen and heard on the different social media sites, and also just on looking at radar myself, looking at debris height and doing some evaluations of some different things. I mean, it'd be hard to think that some of that damage there in Alabama, I mean, I haven't had a chance to look at it too much, but I have to think it's at least EF3 damage in some of these areas hit hardest by this tornadic activity on this fateful Thursday here in the second week of 2023. So, again, looking back right now at some things in the chat, they have gone with a significant weather advisory now for parts of Berrien, Brooks, Colquitt, Cook, Irwin, Lanier, Lowndes, Thomas, and Tipton till 10. So that's some good news, but still some stronger winds a possibility. We'll still have to watch to see if we get any embedded circulations, like something that's trying to develop maybe toward the west of Lenox. So let's watch that. We'll continue to pay attention there on the Doppler radar scans as we watch that area. We're just watching Douglas here as well. We're just going to pay attention to where Douglas here in Coffee County. You see around Bushnell, we're watching some stuff to the east of them at this point. We were watching Bushnell a moment ago, and now in some of the stronger wind in toward Douglas here and toward Coffee County. So again, just continue to watch these scans here in the Weather Center, watching all the different evaluations and the Doppler angles and things of that sort. So Again, we're just going to keep looking at things here. This gets through Douglas, and then that plan right now, we'll let it go another scan or two, and then see how things are going. Is right now more about the wind. As you kind of see, I'll try to draw my hand a little, but you kind of see that little bow out, per se, on this as this moves on into where these communities. So, again, we'll continue to watch the scenario as it does evolve here, as it impacts these different communities. I know, looking down toward the south and west, we'll have to see if we get any quick spin up. Those can still happen here. We still have the tornado watch in play for the remainder of the hour, so we still got to pay attention as we're now getting more trees reported down on Highway 33 South in Worth County. No doubt, probably knocking out some power. At least some of these trees falling are knocking out power for sure. So you got to be really cognizant of that as we're looking at this axis moving on through. You see up toward areas there. Over toward Worth County, things are looking better at this point, but we'll just continue to watch things here as the axis moves on through. You see Broxton there getting into some of this. There in toward parts of Coffee County. We're going to keep watching all this. I see Augusta Franklin County was 48 miles an hour, so quite a bit there. Under the severe limit of 58, but still enough that it could still pose a hazard is what I'm trying to say. Could still knock down some things there that are a little more vulnerable in nature. So that's the word to Apalachicola Airport at 9:05. So just about 6 minutes to go. So we're switching to Tallahassee's radar now. We'll switch over to see the best view on that storm setup there in just a moment toward Franklin County. We're just monitoring everything here in the Weather Center. Let me get down here. You kind of see what I'm talking about here near Apalachicola. We just see the tornado watch being dropped for Ben Hill, Mitchell, Seminole, and Worth, but continuing for other areas here. But you see a little bit of wind enhancement right around Apalachicola, and the gust there in that 40 range. So some of that information coming in. And Weather Stem actually was, well, I think that's Apalachicola Airport. I'm not sure why it says it as Weather Stem, but anyway, back maybe the same gust or just one reported in doing a higher 40 range. They're right along the coast. So some of that wind being a factor there. You see a little bit of some wind enhancement southwest of Thomasville. It's only a guard down completely there because little spin tries to come together here maybe on this, and then that could prompt some type of warning for Thomasville. We'll see. It's not out of the question here with that tornado watch in play. And then further up to the north now, Douglas, getting into some of this here into ward areas of Coffee County. So again, we're just really monitoring all these Doppler radar trends here to keep you guys safe, keep you guys informed as we're watching the Doppler scans. It's all about making sure everybody's protected on a day like this after what we saw and heard out toward Alabama there. Again, it really is probably worth repeating again. WSFA TV reporting at least 6 fatalities in Otago County there earlier on this afternoon with the devastation that we saw with the tornadic activity really overachieving in that area. But as we go ahead and go back over here now, we're not expecting stuff like that here in terms of the overall threat level not being that high, but still gotta be careful. We could still have isolated scenarios that are really dangerous. So you see Douglas now in Coffee County. Some of the worst of this moving over North Chester Avenue now. So over, it looks like getting over US 441 now into toward this area as well. So we're just continuing to watch the progress of everything here on the Doppler radar technology. So that's what we're trying to do here at Cloud Weather, give you guys the latest information. This is now really getting through the edges, leading edge through the parts of Douglas now, the eastern part of Douglas, and that means it's gone through the other parts as well, of course, off toward the west. But you still have some of this wind coming through, some of this lightning potential coming through that county seat, I would presume, there in Coffee County. So again, we'll keep watching things. You see Broxton there. You see some of that accent there. It's the southeast of them. Still some rotation here. Still got to watch, but no formal tornado warnings as of yet. So that's the good news. There's a warning also still continuing for Franklin and Gulf not in our area, but Franklin till 9:30 Eastern time. So that's another 16 minutes there. This warning going for another 16 minutes, 15 minutes or so. We'll keep on watching it. We'll keep on tracking it. I think we're going to go ahead and take another break. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys here. I know we've been talking for a while, so sorry if I lose my voice from time to time, but it's all about keeping you, your friends, and your family safe and informed here on this Thursday, keeping our 62 counties up to date with the very latest information, and then talking about national stuff too as needed. But you can see here our 2 warnings, our yellow boxes. They're actually both outside of tornado watch right now, but we still got to watch for some quick spin out potential as well. So keep it tuned to cloud weather. We'll keep you guys up to date. See you in about 9 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now at 9:24 on this Thursday. It's been a very long day. Been having that radar up since pretty early this morning. We ended up seeing, again, a deadly tornado situation in Alabama. Trying to prevent that here toward our local counties, a deadly weather situation in some regard at this point, because right now we don't have any actual tornado warnings in play, but we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that are going for at least another 6 minutes, and we just got wording in there from the National Weather Service in Jacksonville of a gust of 43 miles an hour reported at the Douglas Airport. So a gust of 43 miles an hour at Douglas Airport there in parts of Coffee County. So at least that's not the severe limits. So that may kind of factor into if they are going to extend this warning further over or not as we're tracking it as we get further along in the timeline. But we did get an update on this warning here during our break to keep a threat going with a new warning to 9:45 at least. So this is for parts of Coffee, Ware, in our area, but then Bacon, Jeff Davis, and Appling outside the area. So at least some of these areas will be outside the region here with this, and may clip Pierce, which is in our area later on. We'll see, but the threat here, at least some of this is trying to get further out of our area in some of these zones here. You see Denton and back, so those are outside of our area, but Douglas is in our area. Areas in Bacon County are outside, but northern Ware County, of course, we got to be watching things, and I'm getting more wording and reporting in, really, from the Norman Park area in Colquitt County now that a tree was downed at Ellington Norman Park Road and R.L. Sears Road at about 8:55. So, again, we're going to keep watching things here as we get the latest on in. We have that other warning here that's set to expire at 9:30 at the coast here. We had some wind there. Just under severe limits by a little ways toward areas there as we're looking. You see some of these reports there in Franklin County. So we're just going to have to keep watching things there in that vicinity over the next little bit to see if any of this tries to get back on shore or not because of the way this is tracking. We'll see. It's according to the Weather Service moving there off toward the east, but I mean that can be a little bit tricky here because there is a little bit of movement here. That, I mean, would kind of maybe allow it to get back on shore at points. We'll see. And we'll have to see if the parameters are at that point, though. Maybe they're off enough. We don't have to worry about the potential. Again, the tornado watch was extended till 10, but it's not actually in effect in any of the areas we had the formal warnings. Things seem like they're reducing in intensity here, especially in the tornado watch area. We don't see a lot of lightning anymore even. So that's the good news. We still got to watch for a quick rogue spin up. I'm not saying that threat is over. It's not, but it's not over quite yet. But we'll keep watching it and keep tracking it. We have the stuff kind of on the edges here that's still able to get enough of the parameters here to stay intact. But the areas in the middle have kind of fallen apart. They're not able to really get all the parameters they need to survive here at this point. The storm structured and the storm threats. So that's some good news for folks as we're watching things. I know we have our warnings here. We have some warnings in North Carolina toward Raleigh, and then you see some wind reports there, some wind damage reports there. Out toward Durham County, a roof blown off a building there. Toward Durham County, North Carolina, so that's not far from Duke University, maybe that vicinity anyway. And then a new warning now tracking this off toward Greenville. It's between there, but some of this is impacting Wake Forest, so the community of Wake Forest anyway. So again, I'm just going to keep watching things up there. But we're going to get back down on the map now. You can see as we're tracking some different things here on the Doppler. We're going to have the 2 warnings. This one goes until 9:45. This one out here, I'm going to move the map over a little. Don't want to have to walk too far today after we've been on for so long. But 9:30 is when this warning expires here. So that one may go ahead and be dropped here at 9:30. We'll wait and see. Let's get back to our other modes here of Doppler first. I'll start back up here to the north. You can see here we're watching stuff toward Baxley. You can see toward Bacon County. A lot of this is moving outside the area, which is good, but we still have some areas being clipped by this warning in the viewing circle. So that's something to keep an eye on for sure. By the way, this is very preliminary, and it's going to depend on radar trends, but if we're without warnings here by about 10 o'clock, then and we don't have that tornado watch in play anymore, we may go ahead and drop cover to that point and just play things by ear because things seem to be decaying here pretty rapidly in a lot of the spots, except on the edges like what we talked about here, which we still got to watch. And of course, if we get warnings, we'll be back on, especially obviously any tornado warning will be on for any tornado warning storm moving through our area. over the last 3 years we've been on for to keep you guys safe and informed, and we'll be continuing to do that, obviously, if that threat were to come back into play here later on. That's what we're all about here here at Clouds Weather, keeping you guys safe and informed. But again, it's been a terrible day. Areas in Alabama, things overachieving. They were not supposed to come together like this, and the model just didn't really pick up on things really coming down to the surface. The forecasts were in line with the model guidance that seemed to be the predominant story. It's going to take a lot of research to figure out really over the years to see how things can be made better to not miss an event like this in the future, because it was a unique setup for sure. And unfortunately, seeing just the tragic consequences there in Otago County, Alabama earlier on today. But again, we're going to go ahead and look here right now southeast of Douglas. You can see watching some of that wind potential there from about Nichols to the south, but this doesn't look like what it did. Velocity is really waning on here. Even though the velocity is waning, you still see some of the higher reflectivity values, but they're even kind of waning to some degree now too, as we're getting into a less favorable environment for these storms to exist. So we're 9:30 now, so let's see. That warning to the coast has been dropped off the board. So that's the good news here as we're looking down toward areas like Franklin County. So we only have the one warning now, and that's only for partly our area, and then the watch as well until 10. So the watch till 10, the warning 9:45. A lot of Saxon in between it decayed. Really, we still have to pay attention, but a lot of it's really decayed in nature. We're still watching stuff near the coast because maybe it could get some of the parameters there to come together enough down there in that little more isolated spot. But we've been watching things here for a while. We had a radar stream going this afternoon, and we had to cut in for the tornado emergency coverage for Otago County and all the way through about Tallapoosa County, I believe it was, in this a serious, dire scenario that was setting up there with everything coming together in the wrong way there. It's something that we'll be looking back on for a while. But again, you can see here it says severe thunderstorm warning right now, still continuing until 9:45. We're going to keep watching things, and we're watching the cool air coming. I know we normally be doing our formal update at this time. We're not doing a formal update at this point today, but let me kind of just give you a little bit of one since we don't have a lot to track right now. I do want to just mention here that in terms of the forecast, the cool air is coming in, and toward the weekend it's going to be about protecting those plants there, and also just making sure they're not maybe in a spot where they're vulnerable to the cold conditions, and then also they got to be in a spot where we're not vulnerable to the frost as well that'll exist. I know Sunday morning looks like the worst, but Saturday morning we'll be watching some of this threat come into play here as well, so just keep that in mind. And then the Jaguar game Saturday night, that Jaguar game against the Chargers, 8:15 kickoff on NBC. It's looking like a situation here where those storms will be way out of the picture here after tonight, and we're going to be seeing this dry conditions in store for that one, and some colder conditions here in play about 48 hours from now. We're talking about temperatures maybe in the 30s for that game, so bundle up for that game Saturday night. The Jacksonville Jaguars in a rare home playoff game taking on the Los Angeles Chargers. It's going to be cold, so bundle up for that game. One of the colder games, I think, in Jaguar history, because they don't have that many night games at home, at least in their home history. It'd be one of their coldest home games you think ever, because don't always play this time of year and don't play at night that often. The combination would probably make things feel pretty cold for fans not used to that, and get up there on the record books as one of the colder Jaguar games ever, even though it's not just extreme cold air like what we saw around Christmas. It still could be dangerous, for folks being out there for a long period of time. So, you're not used to that. It could cause different things. We're used to the heat here in Florida, but we're right now at 61 degrees. They've warmed up a little toward Bradford County. Our dew point's up to 55, so we'll still watch some things, but it just doesn't seem like right now we have much of a threat toward the east. I don't want you to let your guard down completely, though, because of everything over to even to the west. But right now, things are looking better in terms of our threat here. We're going to have some scattered shower activity trying to maybe linger tomorrow. And then if we get any scattered moisture on this Saturday morning, though, that could be something where we end up having, believe it or not, a rogue snow flurry. I know tonight we'll be watching. I know I had a question there a few moments ago toward Gallatin, Tennessee. You guys could get some flurry action up there based on some forecast information I was looking at. I haven't dug too deep into that, but maybe some snow flurry activity up there. That's a possibility. It looks like about a 20% chance, according to some of the Weather Service guidance there just a little while ago when I was checking that. So just kind of a little bit of information there for you guys up toward Gallatin, Tennessee. But we'll just be watching to see if we have enough lingering moisture on the backside. If we don't, and I haven't had a chance to look at the model since earlier this morning when that possibility was really kind of displayed. But if we weren't able to get enough lingering moisture, it'd be a question, but we get the cold interact enough. It may not. It could just be rain in some of the Florida zones. Maybe the cold air is enough in Georgia, though, to have the mixing take place. It takes a lot to get flurries around here. And it would not be an impact event, obviously. We would not have any issues with the roads or anything like that. But we would just have to keep an eye out because it'd be something that'd be fun to do. I mean, this is not fun at all. Severe weather. That would be something fun for kids and for everybody, including me, to see if we had some snow flurries in North Florida. It's a very rogue chance, much lower than any severe chances even for the rest of the night. I mean, we don't have them that high at this point for areas downstream, but just in theory and based on history, the chances would still probably be there a little bit higher than having even snow flurries. So, because that just doesn't happen very often around here. We have that threat maybe a little higher in South Georgia if things come together. Things linger together enough towards some of those Georgia counties. So we're going to keep watching things here in the Weather Center for that. But again, no formal update tonight. We've been on for a while covering this threat. It really overdid itself. We turned out local red this morning, though. We started getting those damage reports in and then having to do cut-in coverage. Really, pretty much that was continuous, I would say. The tornado emergency coverage actually was earlier on to keep you, your friends, and your family safe. We cut in and stayed on continuously through the tornado emergencies that were issued there in Alabama on that radar stream, so everybody was aware of the danger. We retweeted things here at Cloud Casey as well when that first tornado emergency came out. Even before that, retweeting stuff about Selma, who that community there suffered some significant damage as well. So haven't heard, at least as of yet, of fatalities in Dallas County, but in Alabama. But again, Otago County, a different story where WSFA reporting 6 fatalities there in toward that region. So right now we have the one warning continuing here for parts of where in our area, Coffee, but outside of our area, Applin, Bacon, and Jeff Davis. Lightning's kind of waning here as well. So again, we'll just continue to watch this situation, but things just don't look as favorable anymore. There is a little bit of weak rotation, but that's in Bacon County, and that wouldn't be our concern necessarily as that moves off toward maybe Applin County over the next little bit. As long as it stays north of Pierce County, we'll have to see, because Pierce County, of course, kind of angles back up a little bit here. Black's here's where, of course, the quarterback for Georgia is from there, the one that won the last 2 national titles, but played, that's where he's, that's his hometown per se. Also kind of represents St. Hunter as well, but toward Blackster and more so Patterson, we'll be watching stuff if it were to try to clip that area there into towards southeastern Georgia. But again, you see Baxley there. You see them getting into some of this action outside of the area. You can see here, again, things will rapidly decreasing in strength here on us. I mean, as quick as and nasty as these storms have been, they're really falling apart quick now. Overall, again, we could still get a rogue warning up there or a rogue warning to the coast, though. I know if you're watching from McCulloch County, I'm not too concerned right now. There's a little bit of lightning around, but things don't look all that robust here. And that's definitely some good news for folks like ones that are in the Crawfordville community or in St. Mark. So definitely good news. There's still technically a 2% tornado risk. So don't completely let your guard down here, because there is a little bit of action from the south that could try to come in. But, I mean, it's not anything that's really something you want to write home about. I don't think we'd get that far north. So that's the good news there in toward that area. So I'm going to take the radar off. I see our mesophil. I was just putting it on. Our parameters just went away very quickly here. I mean, that's interesting because, 4 hours ago, look at all of them. Even an hour ago, we had these parameters up there. It seemed like when I was looking at them, even our energy values are decaying now very rapidly. So that's the good news. And that's why we weren't too concerned about our north central Florida, northeast Florida counties, even much in the way of southeast Georgia zones here. The dew point values have gone up some, but these values here just suppress the activity a little less suppressed in here, but I mean, everything else is just kind of falling apart as we kind of were thinking, maybe even a little bit quicker than we thought here just a little while ago. We thought it would fall apart before we got to Lake City, but it's falling apart right before it gets to Tallahassee here at this point. Maybe some stronger wind gust in there, something like that, but again, nothing that's really just overwhelming in nature right now. I do want to go ahead and step off since we may be about to wrap this up here in a little bit. I want to check the power outage numbers. So let me go ahead and step off here. I'm going to go ahead and just check some of that information, check some things in our chat session as well. I know that could be kind of helpful in a situation like this, just to make sure we're not missing anything here in this type of scenario. So I'm going to go ahead and check some things behind the scenes here now. I know we have so many wind reports in where the South Georgia zones further off toward the west. They're just trying to make sure we're getting everything for you guys. If we're in our last little bit of coverage tonight, again, our next film update will be Tuesday, unless there's something we need to come on to before then. But right at this point, I mean, there's not really any big headlines except for that cold air coming on in here. We got to be prepared for that. It's not the coldest air of the season. That was Christmas, of course, but still, it can be damaging in some regard, especially to plants. So we got to be prepared for that here this weekend, especially Sunday morning, somewhat Saturday morning too, though, as we watch things. I know the latest numbers from PowerOutage.us, 65,000 customers or so in the dark in Georgia, 65,623 customers that are without electricity right now there in the Peach State. I'll go ahead and click on that behind the scenes here. Some of those are in our area. Early County, 65 customers in the dark. Clay County, Georgia, 333. Baker County, 143 customers in the dark. Worth County, 700. Tift County, 726. Irwin County, 656. Ben Hill, 122. Wilcox, outside of our area just a little bit, but over 1,000 there. We might have had a tornado in that region, it seemed. And in Dodge County, some outages outside of the area. Quite a few in Troup County, Meriwether County, Spalding County there out toward the Atlanta Metro, Henry County, Butts County there as well, even Newton County, Jasper County, Walton, not as many, but a few. So you kind of get the idea. And even getting over to Warren County, the percentage is enough to show up. Sometimes lesser population kind of makes things up a little bit more as we're looking behind the scenes still. And then in Alabama, we still have 32,557 customers in the dark. This can kind of tell us where some of the hardest hit areas were. And I mean, I don't have it up on our screen. I know sometimes it causes some technical issues, so that's why I'm looking at it behind the scenes. But PowerOutage.us map really shows a strip here of where we had that tornadic activity there earlier in toward really central Alabama from Dallas County on Selma. That county has 8,554 customers in the dark right now. Tauga County, surprisingly, it's a little lower than I would have thought, considering the fatalities being reported there, but 2,058 customers out of 29,057 customers in the dark. That percentage is down a little, but may not be getting all that in there. Elmore County, 6,236 customers in the dark. Coosa County in Alabama, 1,012 customers in the dark. Tallapoosa County, 7,306 customers without electricity. So a really nasty situation there. Even Hale County, some outages. Greene County in Alabama, a few in Coffee, 837 in Alabama, 359 in Henry County, Alabama. So you kind of get the idea what we're dealing with. I see a significant weather advisory now being issued by the Jacksonville office. They're going to allow the severe warning over Appleton and Bacon to expire as the severe threat is rapidly diminishing, in their words. However, 40 to 50 mile an hour gust and some hail could still be possible. I'm going to go ahead and get ready to come back on camera here to give you guys the latest and check some more things out. Because if I don't see too much here in the next little bit, we'll wrap the coverage and just come back as needed here, or if needed. It may not even be necessary to come back on here with these lower dew point values to the east, prohibiting maybe some of this potential, which is great news, obviously. So, again, we're going to go ahead and maybe start to wrap this stream up here over the next little bit, which would be great news. But we're going to stay with it a little longer. That yellow box going away here on the screen in just a couple seconds. They just expired it, and there it goes. So that's the good news here for sure. I know we're continuing to watch everything, but the parameters, they're looking a lot less favorable now as we get further off toward the east. So I'm going to step back into this shot now. Again, we're only seeing one severe thunderstorm warning now in the country, and that's in North Carolina. So that's up toward Edgecombe County and Franklin, Halifax, as well as Harnett, Johnston, even over toward Nash, Wake, Warren, Wayne, and Wilson counties there. So we're seeing that threat. It looks like it's decaying some as well. So just kind of seeing how things are going on us here on this Thursday as we monitor some different things here in the Weather Center. I know we do have the Jaguar forecast where I can get to it. I haven't updated it here today, but shouldn't have too many changes to it from when we studied it back on Tuesday. So I'm going to go ahead and try to effort that. It may cause us here to have just a little bit of a blip here on our screen as I switch mode in our system here because it's been really overworked here today. Once again, with all this craziness going on in the weather world, hopefully it's going to catch a break here eventually. Thought today wasn't going to be one of those bad days, but it ended up being just that here toward areas like Otago County, Alabama, where WSFA 12 News there reporting at least 6 fatalities. The story from this activity, the severe weather activity, moving on through that region. So, again, just continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center. I'm going to go and pull up now that forecast we had in here for Saturday for that game because I know so many people are going to be going out there. I mean, one of the more attended games there in Jaguar history, no doubt. I mean, and we're talking about really cold conditions, so don't want to get people sick out there. You want to bundle up because it's going to be cold for that game there, for that game on Saturday night. I want to say Sunday night because it's NBC, but Saturday night, only third time I believe it is, the NBC package there when Sunday Night Football became a thing with them, will have featured the Jaguars. The fewest of any team in the league have the Jags been featured by far, but it's going to be a situation where Al Michaels, he'll call his one NBC game this season in Jacksonville there with Tony Dungy, it looks like, and this will be, again, a cold game, so folks going to that need to bundle up here if you're headed out there toward TIAA Bank Field because you could get sick. I mean, it was cold last week to some folks, but it's going to be 10 plus degrees colder than what we had last week. We'll see if the wind's even a factor on there, but at least the cold conditions with the air temperature are already a storyline to be tracking here for that big showdown there Saturday night. So just want to let you guys know about that. I know in terms of the colder air, Sunday morning, I'm going to be watching those conditions here. We have that freeze and play, really, and even Saturday morning, colder as well tonight. Not as much. It's not going to really get in as much tonight. So that's the good news if you're wondering about that. You can get that full forecast when we're not on from Tuesday, though it hadn't changed too much, at cloudsweather.com/forecast in terms of those temperature trends, things like that. We're not going to update that here tonight at this point, I don't think, because we've just been on this extended coverage for a while now. But it's kind of giving you that temperature outlook. Again, it's going to be colder, and we're going to start to moderate again toward next week, though. And trends here later in the month, so maybe warmer air again. So hopefully that doesn't mean severe weather, but you never know. Again, today's threat here was something that went a little under the radar. We were afraid of that. We were hoping that things weren't going to come together like they did with that tornado potential, but they ended up coming together more so than really anything is forecasted. Any model, any type of forecasting information would have suggested. The wind threat was notable there, enhanced risk and play. But again, that tornado threat came together like something you rarely see in January, and then just everything came together just wrong for a very serious situation. We had catastrophic tornado threat tags. We no longer have the tornado warnings in play here in our area. I want to say we don't have the tornado watch, but it's still there for another 12, 14 minutes. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings any longer either. That's good news. Let's go ahead and go up and down some different areas here to make sure, because I don't want to have a situation where we jump off and then get a quick touchdown and miss keeping people safe here. So trying to combine words. It's a late time period at this point since I've been on for so long. But you can see toward Thomasville, maybe some gusts in that 30 range is coming on through there. So you have Hira there, some gusty winds toward Interstate 75 in that vicinity. Just gonna keep on watching things here. As we look at the Doppler, I know things aren't even aligned the velocity quite right here. Some of this is a little lot stronger to the north, but some of this is exiting out of the area here. We'll have to just keep watching, make sure nothing quickly spins up on us here along this in toward maybe northern Pierce County or even just north of Waycross. There's a little bit of green and red there, but it's nothing really robust here. Not a lot of lightning, so that'd be a factor that kind of says maybe this is not really developing too much. And then again, toward the coast here in the Big Bend, I'll get to the other view for that. We'll watch to see if any of that tries to get us that together, as we have the special marine warnings in play there. So in theory, something could try to emerge toward Taylor County. It'd be a while though, but if we had something emerge there, it might not be for another hour or two in toward Taylor County if it were to stay together that long and our parameters are just falling off quickly. I wish they would have been off the whole day. We wouldn't have had them in play. And if they would have stayed off, we would have not seen the devastation we saw over Alabama and parts of Georgia. It's so tragic in nature. So I think that pretty much is going to do it for now, unless we see some new information come in where we have to jump back in for another stream. So it's just one warning in North Carolina. We have the marine warnings here, but stuff's really falling off. We have some lightning still trying to show up. It's actually a little bit more notable, at least on what I'm seeing, than it was a minute ago. I'm really looking close at this point. A little bit of lightning northeast of Thomasville, a little near Adel. These parameters just aren't really here anymore. They're not completely zero, though, so we'll be watching. If we have more warnings in the area, we'll be back on to give you the latest. If there are tornado warnings for sure, severe thunderstorm warnings, it's a discretionary thing. We'll generally be coming on, but sometimes we'll kind of play it by ear to see how things go. But you can always get those automated alerts there, Cloud_WX on Twitter. So that's the place to go for that. Again, let me pop this up for you guys real quick just to recap things. So auto alerts, Cloud_WX on Twitter. Twitter account there at Cloud Casey. You have Facebook there, Casey Cloud WX and Clouds Weather. YouTube, you can subscribe there. Sometimes we just do streams over there. We ended up doing the radar stream on everything because we saw how things were coming together, at least for some tornado threat to be a little bit enhanced. We didn't think we'd see the strong tornadoes necessarily, but with just a threat of more tornadic activity toward Alabama, we thought we would go ahead and stream on everything, not just YouTube, but with that radar. We're happy we did. I mean, I don't know how much it helped, but at least maybe it could have helped somebody there in such a tragic day. But you can go there and subscribe at Cloud Weather to YouTube for those streams. You can even be notified of those, I believe, if you hit that bell icon. So that's something to keep in mind there. YouTube at Cloud Weather, a place to go in these type of situations. And you have Twitch there, Cloud Weather, and the website has all the links available to you, cloudweather.com, information that you can get here on everything that's happening in this situation. So no new information from the Weather Service. I guess that's good news here at this point. We'll be watching. Power outages still, mainly outside of our area, but some have ended up being in north southwest Georgia, especially in north south central Georgia, but things really slacking off in terms of that overall threat here at this point. So we're going to wrap it up now. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me through those tornado emergencies earlier we covered as well. Just try to have a good night. Everybody's thoughts and prayers with those folks suffering there toward Alabama or anybody else that really was hit hard by this tornadic activity on this Thursday here, January 12, 2023. These warm temperatures, the parameter just came into play in the wrong way. We'll be back if needed, but otherwise, have a great weekend out there. Just stay safe, and we'll see you back here next week. Again, stay warm as well, as those colder temperatures will be coming into the picture.